Assalamu alaikum, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests. Good morning. It is my privilege to welcome you on behalf of the World Muslim Leadership Forum and Sara's ICOP to this gathering as we explore the vital themes of inclusivity and sustainability through the lens of Muslim leadership. I'm Bushra Ahmed, your MC for the day and founder and CEO of Educata. I would now like to invite Dr. Umar Asani for a Quran recitation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Very good morning. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. من جاء بالحسنة فله عشر أمثالها ومن جاء بالسيئة فلا يجزى إلا مثلها وهم لا يظلمون. قل إنني هداني ربي إلى صراط مستقيما دينا قيما ملة إبراهيم حنيفا وما كان من المشركين. قل إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين لا شريك له وبذلك أمرت وأنا أول المسلمين. قل أغير الله أبغي ربا وهو رب كل شيء ولا تكسب كل نفس إلا عليها ولا تزر وازرة وزر أخرى ثم إلى ربكم مرجعكم فينبئكم بما كنتم فيه تختلفون. وهو الذي جعلكم خلائف الأرض ورفع بعضكم فوق بعض درجات ليبلوكم فيما آتاكم إن ربك سريع العقاب وإنه لغفور رحيم. صدق الله العظيم. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asani. I will share a translation of these verses. Whoever has done a good deed will have it 10 times to his credit, but whoever has done a bad deed will be repaid only with its equivalent. They will not be wronged. Say, my Lord has guided me to a straight path, an upright religion, the faith of Abraham, a man of pure faith. He was not a polytheist. Say, my prayers and sacrifice, my life and death are all for God, Lord of all the worlds. He has no partner. This is what I am commanded, and I am the first to devote myself to him. Say, should I seek a Lord other than God when he is the Lord of all things? Each soul is responsible for its own actions. No soul will bear the burden of another. You will all return to your Lord in the end, and he will tell you the truth about your differences. It is he who made you successors on the earth and raises some of you above others in rank, to test you through what he gives you. Your Lord is swift in punishment, yet he is most forgiving and merciful. Let us begin by reflecting on these verses, on the universal principle of stewardship. a reminder of our shared responsibility to lead with integrity, ensure equity, and protect the balance of our world. This Quranic concept, rooted both in Islamic thought and global ethics, calls us to address the immense challenges of our time with courage and creativity. Historically, Muslims on an individual and societal level have led the world in providing rooted solution to moments of complexity. Today, we face pressing issues such as social exclusion, environmental degradation, and rising inequalities. Yet these challenges also present an opportunity to redefine leadership using a prophetic lens that fosters justice, promotes sustainability, and moves us towards a better world. This morning, as we focus on Muslim leadership in challenging times, fostering inclusivity and sustainability, let us engage with intention, sharing ideas that can shape meaningful change. Thank you for being part of this important dialogue. I would like to introduce Professor Adam Habib, the Vice-Chancellor of SOAS. He is a South African scholar, researcher, and public intellectual with over 30 years of academic and administration expertise in the fields of education, democracy, and development.
So thank you very much, and I should kick off with Assalamu alaikum. I've been asked to welcome all of you to SOAS in my capacity as Vice-Chancellor. And I hope to do that, of course. I hope it's really lovely to have all of you here from around the world to speak on the important issue of leadership and to reflect and deliberate on it. What I am meant to do when I do these welcome addresses is not say anything controversial, to play it on the straight and narrow, speak and say words of welcome and hopefully allow everybody to feel part of the conversation. And obviously that's something I'm going to do. But I can't resist the opportunity to say a few words on the thematic issues at hand. In part because the organizers had labeled my conversation not simply a welcome, but an address. I should qualify what I'm going to say by two statements. One is I'm not an Islamic scholar. And two, I'm not a scholar of Muslim communities, either in the UK or anywhere else in the world. I am a political scientist who, for much of his life, was dedicated to the study of trying to understand conflict, or how to unravel conflict, how to change conflict. A few months ago, somebody asked me, how would you describe your professional life? And I said, my professional life is described in two parts. The first half of my life was dedicated to breaking institutions, destroying them, because I grew up in apartheid South Africa. The second part of my life, as I grew into adulthood, entered my academic career, was about the time that South Africa entered its democratic transition. And the second half of my life was dedicated to building institutions, enabling these institutions to be inclusive, but yet at the same time to achieve the kinds of outcomes that it wants. And so what I want to say is a few words of reflection on what I think is the singular challenge of our time, and to think through how we need to navigate it. It is a set of thoughts done as part of your deliberative process. It is done with respect, although I suspect not all of it would be sentiments that everybody will agree with. Nevertheless, I think they are important matters for the deliberation at your conference today. So if you ask, what is the singular descriptor of our time? it has to be polarization. This is the word that describes our society in virtually every part of the world. The success of Trump in the United States brings to the fore that this polarity doesn't simply live in some parts of the world and in the other, but it lives at the heart of empire. But it is not only North America that's afflicted by it. Go to any part of Western Europe today, and you will see polarized societies, new sets of actors emerging, Trump, Le Pen, the AfD. But in many parts of the South, you will see Modi in India, you'll see where there was Bolsonaro in Brazil, there's Malema in South Africa. What you see is a world that is divided. And our answer to the divisions of that world, our answer is to often speak about the ingenuity and the capabilities of the far right. And I think there is something to say in that the success of Trump is about the mobilization of the far right, their organization, their resourcing. But I and many others have for long held that the success of the right has as much to do with the failures of the left. That the success of the right has as much to do with the failures of what we call the progressive community. There is no doubt that the era of polarity, that the era of polarization is deeply ingrained in structural dynamics, inequality in our society. As we saw the emergence of globalization, we saw the enrichment on the top end of society, an incredible immiseration at the bottom end of society, and an increase in inequality across the world. I mean, some of the statistics at a macro level mask this because of the enormous growth of China. But if you took that out, you'd see in each one of our societies huge, huge inequality. And as a result of that inequality, there's huge, huge alienation. But separately from that is also a generational divide. Because written into that inflation is the increase of property prices in the global north. And as those property prices increase in the global north, younger people who are entering into their professional lives can't afford them. You add that with the incredible debt that gets landed on them as a result of higher education fees, loans, etc., and you've got an alienation of new generations of young people. Young people today is the only generation that is likely to have a worse off life than their parents. And that's an indictment on our world. And so what we have to think through is in this polarization is deeply rooted in our structural dynamics. But the challenge is that as the left or as the broad progressive community, and I mean it in its most expansive sense, this broad progressive community has not been able to answer this challenge. So if you look at the Democrats or if you look at Labour, what you are seeing is we've presented the politics of inclusion, the politics of bringing in together minority communities to bring in the issues of social justice. But it comes off in some presentations as an exclusion of poorer people from what was traditionally more empowered communities. In the language of the left, what we've landed up sacrificing is the interests of the white working class. And the real tragedy of the United States is so many people of poor backgrounds, white workers, landed up voting for a billionaire who has very little interest. very little of their interests at heart. And so the fundamental question of our time, if we're thinking through this issue of progressive agendas, of enabling a leadership of inclusion, is how do we respond to the competing priorities of white workers, the white working class, the class interests within society, with those of minority communities. They should be aligned because they should speak together about a society of inclusion. And too often, the way our policy program is articulated is it alienates these two sections. But policy is only one element of our failure as a progressive community to address this challenge. It seems to me that there's a second element of failure. And that's how we organize. It's how we engage in politics. And it's how we imagine politics. For some in the progressive community, politics is imagined as a zero-sum game. I win if you lose. But if you approach leadership and politics in that manner, then you're inevitably creating the politics of polarization. You're inevitably creating a dynamic of us and them. And the country that I came from, country that has had some success in breaking from its past and created as many problems in its future, but breaking from its past, was about navigating this challenge. And the singular figure who I often speak and think through in this regard is Nelson Mandela. And people in the West talk a lot about Nelson Mandela. But I wonder if anyone's ever truly internalized his understanding of leadership. Because Mandela's leadership is very similar to Martin Luther King, by the way, and many other of the great Nyerere, Nehru, and many others. And at the heart of it, it says, if you want to win and change society, you don't only mobilize your people, because that is important. You conscientize them, you bring them to the fore. But you have to win over those that, or some of those that support the opposite side. South Africa would never have had its transition without a portion of the white population who supported apartheid giving up and moving over to the opposite side. And the singular ability of Mandela was the ability to say that change, social change and social justice does not have to be a zero-sum game. That our advancement and inclusion also has a place for you. That in this society of inclusion, we can live together. And that means peeling off a support base. In the language of the United Democratic Front, it was the language of you unite your forces and you divide the enemy. And so that singular lesson of history, I think, is often missed in this incredible challenge of our time. And so when I end, I want to say two quick things about what that lesson is. And what is that lesson for you as Muslim leaders and people deliberating on Muslim leadership? First, if we are going to live in cosmopolitan societies, if we are going to live in a society where those of other faiths live with us, where those who have other interests live with us, then the lesson that we have to think through is how do we engage them? How do we define a project of inclusion that includes them as much as it includes us? And that is the fundamental lesson of cosmopolitan. And that applies to us as Muslims, it applies to Christians, it applies to Jewish people, It applies to everybody. We can only live in cosmopolitan society if we have the ability to understand each other, to empathize with each other, and most importantly, create a shared project of inclusion with each other. And it seems to me, if that lesson of Nelson Mandela on social change is anything to go by, that should be one of the issues that you think through in your deliberations over the next 24 hours. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Professor Habib, for sharing those really important lessons with us today. It's wonderful to be here with you at Suez. I would now like to introduce Professor Husna Ahmed OBE, Secretary General of the World Muslim Leadership Forum. Professor Ahmed is the CEO of Global One 2015, a faith-based international NGO focused on women. She is an honorary professor in practice at the Computer Science Department of UCL London and an associate professor at the Department of Arts and Law, University of Birmingham. Professor Ahmed is a member of the Multi-Faith Advisory Council to the UN Interfaith Agency Task Force on Religion and Development. She also serves on the steering committees of the World Bank's Moral Imperative Initiative and UN Environment Programme's Faith for Earth Initiative. Professor Ahmed.
Can everyone hear me? Okay, fabulous. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Fatimatu, Excellency Fatimatu Abu Bakr, Minister of Information, Ghana, Professor Adam Habib, Professor Abdelgalil, Professor Kolb Durham, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to welcome you all to SOAS. It's just amazing. Standing here at the Brunei Gallery really seems surreal to me. I left SOAS upon completing my PhD in international environmental law in 2000. And now I'm back delivering a speech. It's just, incredible. It's been a long time coming, but, I'm here. And I just want to, first of all, acknowledge my colleagues here who've been on the organising committee and supported me with the work, to get us to where we are today. Sanjana Dean from SOAS ICOP, Sabah Zaman, BBC, Dr. Hisham Helia, and I think, have we got anyone? Nathan Nagel is here? Fabulous, Nathan Nagel. We have other members as well, but they're not present with us today. So I'm reminded of Imam al-Ghazali and his thoughts about knowledge. Knowledge exists potentially in the human soul, like the seed in the soil. By learning, the potential becomes actual. So knowledge exists potentially in the human soul, like the seed in the soil. By learning, the potential becomes actual. This illustrates the fundamentally transformative nature of education from an Islamic perspective. What better place to host our 6th World Muslim Leadership Forum than at the excellent seat of learning, SOAS? In order to promote peaceful and inclusive societies and create an environment of cohesion, it's important that all communities and their contribution towards human civilization is recognized, appreciated, and celebrated. With WMLIF, World Muslim Leadership Forum, this is our opportunity to recognize, appreciate, and celebrate our Muslim leaders at all stratas of society. But we also need to be able to acknowledge our failures and challenges too. Today we have the largest population of youth in history, 1.8 billion youth between the ages of 10 to 24. And 90% of the youth are living in the global south. A large proportion of them are Muslim. Muslim families in Western countries face a multitude of challenges that significantly impact their well-being and sense of belonging and worth in society. Crucially, these challenges often arise against a backdrop of rising Islamophobia across Europe, exacerbated by factors such as Europe's refugee policies and the current situation in the Middle East. Amnesty International's regional overview of Islamophobia in 2022 highlights the level of gender discrimination facing Muslim women through a triple penalty, as well as the severe bias experienced by Muslims throughout Europe. We are now facing a polycrisis, not just a triple planetary crisis. By 2050, we could be looking at 200 million people in need of humanitarian assistance annually due to the effects of climate change. And the think tank IEP is predicting 1.2 billion climate refugees by 2050. So in this time of turmoil and strife, I really hope we can overcome the challenges associated with stereotypes and prejudice, which often occur with power imbalances, with the white saviour mentality further compounding the problem of inclusion. I have to be hopeful. I have faith. I believe God has a plan, and I trust in his plan. I believe rebuilding trust is an imperative. With so many wars and conflicts in the Muslim nations and little impactful action by the UN, it makes me wonder that Muslim lives have little or no value. As a British Bangladeshi Muslim woman, I often find that my voice is marginalised or even silenced. And at times it feels as though my advocacy is dismissed as mere complaints. Yet women like me are leading the charge for peace building, poverty alleviation, and climate justice across the world, holding societies and families together, especially in the global majority. These are the women who are the real Muslim leaders. If we are to see peace and security on this planet, we need clear, decisive, and compassionate leadership at all levels of society, local, national, and international. This leadership must also recognize the invaluable diversity of ecosystems and shift away from the Anthropocene. The community is critical to developing a sense of purpose and focus towards peace, and everyone is significant and valuable. Now, the next 2 days, we've got our conference and we've got some, amazing panels and amazing sessions and keynotes that are going to come. One of the outcomes that we're hoping that will come out, hopefully in the new year, is a collaboration with the University of Birmingham, which Professor Andrew is here from the Edward Cabri Centre, and I'm an associate professor there, and SOAS ICOP. It's a policy paper. And these are the ideas that we're sort of thinking about in terms of addressing within the policy paper. It's going to be about multilateralism and sustainability. So the questions are, how can Muslim communities build alliances which focus on sustainability of people, planet, and purpose? How can multilateralism be effective in a world where the West dominates the global narrative? And do compromises need to be made to foster inclusivity within international institutions? It's a big ask, but I think, at this moment in time, we need to recognize that we need a seat at the table. And if we don't have a seat at the table, we make our own tables, because I think that's absolutely critical. For me as a Muslim woman, being able to lead as a Secretary General of the World Muslim Leadership Forum, this is something that's quite unique, because I think Muslim women are not at the forefront, and we need to have more women at the forefront leading. And we've got some amazing role models just in this room, So, hopefully you have a lot of time to network and talk to each other and reflect and gain some valuable lessons and wisdom from the next 2 days. So I look forward to fruitful, insightful discussions, and I hope, that you'll all take something away from the next 2 days, which will, support you and help you in your, future thinking and your ability to understand that every single one of you has something to give. I'm talking particularly to the Muslim youth that are here in the room. I think for you, you need to be strong. You need to understand that the challenges ahead, it's not going to be easy. Professor Adam, you highlighted everything so succinctly and so beautifully in terms of the challenges and the opportunities. And we need to recognize that we have to stop thinking that we're victims. We have to think that, we are doers and we're capable, we're leaders, and we need to find ways to be proactive and not reactive to things. I'm very happy that I'm a British Muslim woman living at this time, because I think the future can be bright if we collaborate with our fellow communities of faith, whether they're Sikh or Hindu, Jewish. We need to find ways, but we can't be a tick box when it comes to multi-faith or interfaith dialogue. We need to be honest and be brave enough to say what we mean, rather than try to toe the line because we feel we're silenced, or we might lose our jobs or things like that. Because I think the time for worrying about those things is over. We need to be on the right side of history for everything. We need to really be beautiful and brilliant, all of you. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Professor Ahmed, for that inspiring speech, imbuing us with that hope that we can be the change. I would like to now introduce a message from Datuk Seri Muhammad Iqbal Rotha, who is the chairman of the World Muslim Leadership Forum. He serves as the group deputy chairman of Falim Group. He is also a fellow at the Malaysian Institute of Management and the Chartered Institute of Bankers in London. Additionally, he holds leadership roles in the Malaysia-Japan Economic Association and the Malaysia Global Business Council.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Professor Adam Habib, Vice Chancellor of School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London. Professor Dr. Husna Ahmad, OBE of Global One and Secretary General of the European Secretariat of the World Muslim Leadership Forum. Tan Sri Michael Yeo, President and CEO of KSI Strategic Institute and Secretary General of the Asian Secretariat of WMLF. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. I am deeply privileged to address you this morning at the official opening of the World Muslim Leadership Forum 2024 in London. Due to physical and time constraints, I have to give my address in a pre-recorded form. Sometime around the turn of the century, in 2010 to be precise, a few like-minded individuals in the UK and in Europe, and also in Malaysia, in Asia, began to exchange thoughts on global matters, in particular about Islamic affairs, and of course, geopolitics as well. While the group of individuals were not political personalities or politically inclined persons, the subject matter was development, progress, and well-being of humanity, a noble objective indeed, and of course, relevant to the contemporary needs and challenges. The world at that particular time was caught in a bind with aggression, wars, terrorism, schisms, radicalisms, and we can continue to add on. The situation continues unabated, even after almost 2 decades. And of course, dissensions and discord continue to plague the world, perhaps even more drastically than before. This situation is much more vulnerable than the COVID pandemic that brought untold miseries around the world more recently. The effort mooted in 2010, no doubt, was a small one, and that was to bring together stakeholders, opinion makers, intellectuals, and activists to look at critical issues, that is, what deters progress. The objective was to find ways and means to steer, to navigate, and to chart a course in whatever capacities we have access to. We found traction for the pioneering effort. The result was the birth of the World Muslim Leadership Forum, abbreviated to WMLF. The forum have had a number of editions since its inauguration in 2012, both in the UK and in Malaysia. There is growing recognition to galvanize people around the world in Turkey, Indonesia, Pakistan, and even in Saudi Arabia. This is a welcome development. Today we are gathered in London and at the School of Oriental and African Studies. In addition to the House of Lords venue for the reception last night, the 2024 WMLF is well poised for greater achievements. May I take this opportunity to compliment and congratulate the SOAS and the ICOP for coming together with Global One in this monumental effort, and at a time when the world is facing multi-pronged crises. The theme of WMLF 2024 is Islamic Leadership in Challenging Times, Fostering Inclusivity and Sustainability. The theme reflects the perils before us, the planet, the people, and that profit-driven development is not sustainable. In our earlier renditions, WMLF looked at leadership issues within the context of developing countries, primarily Islamic countries, which lagged and which are at the bottom of the list of developing nations. Despite the abundance of endowments, both natural resources as well as human resources and other factors of production, these countries appear to be at a disadvantage and are not able to exploit the competitive advantages that are before the whole world. Other nations, big and small, are embarking at breakneck speeds to attain global advantage. Are we, the Islamic nations, doomed to remain as laggards? This is a perplexing question for us to ask at this forum. Global institutions, international and Islamic, are committed to progress and sustainability. In a world that is enmeshed in multipolar, multi-layered conflicts, the ramifications of these issues and their impact on Islamic nations and societies have serious consequences. It is on this rationale that the WMLF is strategizing to influence at the bottom of the pyramid, at the micro level, where leaders in commerce, business, economic entities can initiate actions that can bring about changes. In this regard, I wish to point out that KSI, Strategic Institute for Asia Pacific, under the able and dynamic leadership of its president, CEO, Tan Sri Michael O, has been able to champion the sustainability goals in an inclusive way. The Malaysian All-Party Parliamentary Group made a strong impact in the 222 parliamentary constituencies in Malaysia. This groundbreaking effort can be a forerunner to bring an awareness in communities where endurance for survival is tested on a daily basis. On another front, Professor Dr. Husna, CEO of Global One, is championing Sustainability Development Goals platform with a voice in COP29 and the United Nations. Therefore, while championing the inclusivity sustainability goals on the global scene, WMLF is strongly committed to seeing the impact at the local or global levels. Some even say at the global levels, global as well as local levels. I'm very delighted to see so many have come forward to endorse the WMLF, and with your strong support and cooperation, we can take our agenda boldly among committed people and stakeholders. I wish the forum every success, and inshallah, I will be able to join in person at the next forum. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and thank you very much.
We are really grateful for Dr. Sara Iqbal for sharing that message with us today. We are now going to hear from Muad Al-Amri, the CEO of Muslim World League, who will be speaking on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Muhammad bin Abdelkarim Al-Isa, Secretary General of the Muslim World League, a globally recognized advocate for moderate Islam, dedicated to promoting the religion's true message of empathy, understanding, and cooperation among all people. As Secretary General of the Muslim World League, a Makkah-based NGO, he has been a trailblazer in fostering partnerships among diverse communities, faiths, and nations. He also serves as the head of the Intellectual Warfare Center, an organization under the Saudi Defense Ministry tasked with combating extremist and terrorist ideology.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, respected scholars, and esteemed community leaders, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is a great honor to address you today in this gathering at the World Muslim Leadership Forum in London, a city known for its rich diversity and vibrant interfaith community. I would like to thank the World Muslim Leadership Forum and its key partners for organizing this conference. A special thanks to the chair of World Muslim Leadership Forum, Dr. Sara Iqbal, and the two Secretary Generals, Tan Sri Michael and Professor Husna Ahmed. In this gathering, we reaffirm our shared commitment to the principles of harmony, coexistence, and collaboration. Our world is full of crises, starting from Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, Sudan, and Burma. As Muslim leaders, we bear a profound responsibility, not only toward our own communities, but also toward the broader societies we are part of. In a world that faces increasing polarization and misunderstanding, the imperative to strengthen cooperation among faith communities has never been greater. Throughout history, faith communities have served as beacons of hope, compassion, and moral guidance. From mosques to charities, synagogues, and temples, these institutions have shaped societies by nurturing values such as justice, charity, and peace. Yet, the challenges we face today, ranging from social inequality to environmental crisis, require us to exceed boundaries. No single community can address these issues alone. Interfaith collaboration allows us to pool our moral resources to amplify our collective voice in the face of injustice and to model the unity that our fractured world so desperately needs. Interfaith collaboration does not mean compromising one's beliefs. On the contrary, it is about drawing strength from our faiths to work together for the common good. It is about respecting our differences while focusing on the shared values that bind us as human beings. Values such as mercy, empathy, and the sanctity of life. One of the most significant contributions to the discourse on coexistence and cooperation is the Charter of Mecca. The Charter of Mecca is a groundbreaking. The Muslim World League had the pleasure of organizing this conference by bringing 1,200 Muslim scholars who endorsed this charter from all over the world. The Charter of Mecca offers a vision of unity that is deeply rooted in Islamic principles while being universally relevant. It calls for respect for religious and cultural diversity, emphasizing that differences should be a source of mutual enrichment, not conflict. It upholds the sanctity of human dignity, regardless of race, religion, or nationality. And it advocates for the protection of human rights and the rejection of hate and extremism. This charter challenges us as Muslims to embody these principles in our actions. It urges us to reject the divisive narrative that some try to impose on our faith. Islam is a religion of peace, not a weapon of discord. The Charter of Mecca reminds the world of this truth, and it is our duty to bring its vision to life through our words and deeds. To build on this vision, we must move from principles to practice. Here are 3 areas where Muslim leaders can mobilize interfaith cooperation to have a transformative impact. First, through education. Ignorance breeds misunderstanding, and misunderstanding fosters fear. As faith leaders, we must work together to promote interfaith education that teaches young people to see the beauty in diversity. Collaborative workshops, exchange programs, and joint community projects can help break down stereotypes and foster mutual respect. Second, humanitarian efforts. Whether it is providing aid to refugees, addressing poverty, or responding to a natural disaster, interfaith initiatives can demonstrate the power of unity in action. By working side by side, we show the world that compassion knows no boundaries. Third, dialogue and advocacy. In times of crisis, faith leaders often serve as voices of reason by engaging in ongoing dialogue and advocating for policies that promote social justice and equality. We can influence societies to embrace inclusivity rather than division. Faith leaders should come to a common word. We should stand firmly against the bloodshed in Gaza, for example, today, and advocate for peace and justice. There are no justification for a collective killing in the name of religion or ethnic superiority. Today, I invite each of you to reflect on how you can contribute to this mission. Let us use our position of influence to build bridges, not walls, to foster understanding, not discord. Let us champion the vision of the Charter of Mecca by actively promoting its values in our communities and beyond. Our efforts may seem small in the face of global challenges, but as the Quran reminds us, whoever does an atom's weight of good will see it. Surah Al-Zalzala. Every act of cooperation, every motion of goodwill, and every step toward understanding brings us closer to a world where peace and justice prevail. Let us remember that the strength of our faith lies not only in our prayers but also in our actions. Together, as Muslims and as members of global family of faiths, we can raise above division and illuminate the path toward a brighter, more harmonious future. Thank you, and may Allah guide our steps and bless our endeavors. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We are really grateful to His Excellency for sharing that really important message with us. Sadly, Shaykh Al-Muath bin Baya is unable to join us today because his father, Shaykh Abdullah bin Baya, has been taken unwell. I'm sure you'll all join me in praying for his speedy recovery. I would now like to invite Bilal Parvez, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Standard Chartered Sadiq Malaysia and a transformative leader in Islamic banking since joining in 2010. Still have a few more things to do to introduce you, if you don't mind. And with a career spanning the GCC, South Asia, and the ASEAN markets, he has played a pivotal role in driving groundbreaking initiatives, including the world's first ESG Islamic collateralized commodity Murabaha transaction and sustainable Islamic supplier finance. His extensive experience and approach continue to shape the future of Islamic finance globally. Please come join us.
Good morning and assalamu alaikum. First of all, am I audible to everyone? Great, excellent. Thank you for the introduction, and before that, very good morning and all my respect to the excellencies and the professors and the academia in this room. I obviously come from a practitioner's background in terms of how Islamic finance is growing, and the way Islamic finance continues to play a positive role and create I would say, upliftment, economic upliftment via the products and services that we offer. So if we look at the global landscape, the cumulative Islamic finance assets have crossed $5 trillion. The CAGR that we are seeing is north of 11%, so we can easily state it's a double-digit growth. And compared to the conventional system, although it is still a small number, but for the markets and the regions where Islamic finance is concentrated or more focused, which is primarily the GCC, ASEAN, as well as South Asia, India, Pakistan, as well as Europe. So UK now, mashallah, we have 5 Islamic banks who are operating, and we have specific Islamic services being offered from North America as well. So coming from Standard Chartered, Standard Chartered is a UK-based bank. I'm not sure how many of you know about this. So it is a bank based out of UK, but with a footprint across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. So these are our core markets. And when I talk a bit more detailed, having presence in Asia, Africa, and Middle East also creates a challenge and an opportunity for the bank in terms of SDGs and ESG adoption, because the needs of the people in the global south are much different than what we see in the so-called the first world. So in terms of access to healthcare, sanitation, clean water, even education, and for some parts even power as a basic utility are some of the things which are not available. And that creates an opportunity for the financial institutions, the banks, combined by multilaterals, public and private partnership, to create that impact in the life of people by providing them access to the basic services which are a right of everyone on this planet. So Standard Chartered, we have an Islamic banking business, and I'm very happy to state that we are probably the largest international Islamic network. We offer Islamic products from New York, even London, to Dubai, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Brunei, Pakistan, Saudi, Bahrain. So it's a wide range of markets where we have onshore Islamic business. I represent the Malaysia franchise of Standard Chartered running the Islamic Bank. And our products are focused across retail, consumer, and corporate banking. So I'm sure that the topic over here, which is more towards the impact and the requirements of sustainability and how to create that, the upward upliftment in lives of people. So I'll want to link this to some of the developments in the Islamic banking space, especially coming from Malaysia, where the regulatory initiatives in this area have really pivoted the Islamic banks towards thinking just beyond profit. So what we are doing now and what the industry is focused, and I have a few colleagues over here who are from the Islamic banks in Malaysia, and some were present last night as well. So the Bank Negara Malaysia, which is the local regulator, issued a strategy paper in 2017, which is by the name of value-based intermediation. Now, what does value-based intermediation bring to the table is that how do Islamic banks keep in their consideration, in their strategic purpose, beyond just Sharia compliance of the underlying products. So the focus moves ahead of ensuring that the tawarruk, commodity murabaha, or a ijara, or a diminishing musharaka is able to serve the 3 Ps or the 5 Ps, which we heard a while ago. So Islamic banks have, with a ESG ambition, with a triple bottom line, thinking beyond just profit and rather profit with purpose. So the VBI initiative, which started in 2018, very closely ties up with SDGs, the adaptation to SDGs, and how Islamic banks who can create a social impact, leveraging of the philanthropic money, for example, the sadaqah contribution and the zakat contribution by the various Muslim countries runs into trillions of dollars. How can that be channeled to the needy? How can that be used for creating financial entrepreneurship, to helping those who have the ideas but not the financial resources? How can Waqf help in creating upliftment, social upliftment? So a lot of these areas which the Islamic banking industry in Malaysia is very actively working on, jointly amongst themselves, and also with the various government agencies, such as the Zakat Agency and also the Waqf funds. So as we continue onto this journey, I am personally very excited being part of the VBI initiative and part of Standard Chartered, which has a $300 billion ambition to raise sustainable finance by 2030. So both these help us navigate through not just the financial instruments as a means of serving the financial economy, but also creating a real economic impact. And to me personally, banks, as long as they have that strategic objective that we bankers think not just about the derivatives or the transactions that we do, we think about the real economic outcome of the transactions. I think that's where we would see a positive contribution in terms of access to finance, in terms of social upliftment, in terms of greater economic independence for both the underserved and the needy. I'll stop here. I'll be here for a while, so very happy to connect with those who are interested to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bilal, for that first keynote speech. Our second keynote speech will be by Professor Jugbir Jyoti Johar, OBE, who is a Professor of Sikh Studies in the Department of Theology and Religion at the University of Birmingham. with over 25 years of experience in teaching and research. She's a leading authority in Sikh theology, interfaith dialogue, and contemporary issues, particularly contested matters affecting the Sikh community, both nationally and globally. Professor Jyoti Jahal serves as an independent panel expert on freedom of religion and belief for OSCE ODIHR and is a co-founder of the Women's Faith Forum. She is also a trustee for several charities and a regular presenter on BBC 4's Thought for the Day.
Thank you. Good morning, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. It is both a privilege and responsibility to speak today about the profound connections between women, inclusivity, sustainability, and freedom of religion or belief. These elements are essential for addressing the world's most urgent challenges, the conflicts, inequality, and injustice. And to address them, I will draw upon the wisdom of Sikh teachings, which emphasize the inherent dignity of every person, the necessity of inclusivity, and the importance of standing up for the rights of all people to live and practice their religion or belief freely. In Sikhi, a faith that is deeply rooted in equality and service, it teaches us that all human beings are equal in the eyes of the divine. Guru Nanak Dev, the founder of the Sikh faith, proclaimed, "Why call her inferior, she who gives birth to kings?" This powerful statement highlights the central role that women play in society and their equal worth to men. Yet throughout history, women's voices and contributions have often been marginalized or disregarded. Inclusion and support is essential to meaningful progress. It is a universal truth that when women are supported and included in decision-making, or in leadership, or in shaping societal norms, solutions become more holistic, more compassionate, and more sustainable. The Sikh tradition has long upheld the idea of Sarb da Pala, the well-being of all people. This is why women's full inclusion is not just a matter of gender equity, but a spiritual duty. One need only look at history to see that women have always have been catalysts for change when they are supported by men, but also by other women. Guru Amar Das, our third guru from the Sikh faith, not only advocated for the spiritual rights of women, but also actively included them in the leadership of the Sikh community. This commitment to inclusivity is a reminder that in order to meet the global challenges, be it in politics, peacebuilding, or social justice, we must ensure that all voices are included, especially those of women, and that they are heard and respected, and that we all have a duty to uplift one another. A crucial aspect of inclusivity is the freedom of religion or belief. Sikhi teaches us that every person has the right to practice their faith freely and without persecution. Guru Nanak's teachings emphasize the unity of all people, regardless of their religious background. There's a saying, "No one is my enemy, no one is a stranger, for I get along with everyone." This profound sentiment calls us to embrace and respect the diversity of beliefs and practices that exist in our world. Freedom of religion or belief is a fundamental human right, one that is essential not only for peace, but for justice. When people are free to express their religious beliefs, they can participate more fully in society and contribute to the common good. In contrast, when this freedom is restricted, whether by law, policy, or societal norms, it stifles progress, creates division, and perpetuates inequality. Yet, around the world, women in particular face challenges that are compounded by both gender and religious discrimination. This intersection of oppression often leaves them voiceless, denied their rights to education, employment, or even basic freedoms. For instance, women from religious minorities often face additional barriers to exercising their rights, whether it's access to religious education, the ability to lead within their communities, or the right to express their faith publicly. When women are denied their freedom of religion or belief, they are denied their humanity. The Sikh teachings offer a clear antidote to this. We must stand up for the rights of all individuals to practice their beliefs freely, without fear of discrimination or persecution. The principle of equality that the Sikh faith teaches is not limited to gender, but extends to all people, regardless of their faith. In the Guru Granth Sahib, the Sikh eternal scripture, it states, "Recognize the divine presence in all people, regardless of their background, faith, or ethnicity." This principle underscores that respect for religious freedom and that it is not just a legal or political issue, it is a moral one deeply embedded in our shared humanity. Sikh teachings on religious freedom align with global efforts to ensure that women have the right to practice their faith, lead religious communities, and be recognized as equals in religious and spiritual spaces. Women's voices, when supported by the freedom to practice and express their beliefs, can lead the way to a more just and peaceful and inclusive society. So, as we are here at this conference, there's a call to action. The challenges of our time, global conflicts, inequality, and religious intolerance, demand inclusive, innovative, and compassionate solutions. In Sikh, we have a very strong belief in service. But service is not merely a good deed, but a responsibility. Guru Gobind Singh, our 10th Guru, declared, "Deg, deg, fateh." May the kettle, which represents sustenance, and the sword, symbolizing justice, prevail. This is a call to serve humanity, protect justice, and uplift those who are marginalized. It is a call to action, not just to reflect on the world's injustices, but to work to change them. So some ideas on how we can act. Promote women, whether that is through education or whether that is through employment. Education and employment is transformative. Educating women and girls unlocks their potential to transform societies and drive positive change. Champion women's leadership. Like Guru Amar Das, who appointed women to lead, we must create opportunities for women to rise in leadership roles across all sectors, whether that's politics, business, or civil society. We need to support grassroots movements, especially women-led movements. Women often lead the most effective community-level solutions to global change. Supporting these movements through resources and funding can help amplify their impact and create lasting transformation. And I'd just like to say I'm very proud to be part of the Women's Faith Forum, which was co-founded with Husna Ahmed and myself and some other women from other faiths. We need to protect religious freedom. We have to advocate for policies for everyone to ensure that everyone, especially women, can practice their faith freely without fear of discrimination or violence. When religious freedom is upheld, societies thrive. We have to foster interfaith dialogue. Within Sikhi, it encourages respect and dialogue among all faiths. By fostering understanding between different religious communities, we promote peace, unity, and shared purpose. In conclusion, the global challenges we face, conflict, inequality, and religious intolerance, demand unity, compassion, and courage, and require us all to work together so we find solutions that are inclusive, just, and rooted in respect for the dignity of all people. Sikh teachings remind us that all human beings are equal in the eyes of the divine, and that it is our duty to support one another, to champion women's rights, and to protect religious freedom for all, so that we achieve Sarbat Dapala, the well-being of all. Now let us commit to working together and supporting one another so we can create a world where women's voices are heard, where their religious freedoms are respected, and where their contributions are valued in every sphere of life. Together, we can build a more just, inclusive, and sustainable future for all. Thank you.
I would like now to introduce our first panel conversation. What is ethical leadership in an increasingly globalized world? With our chair, Dr. Hisham A. Helia, who is a Senior Associate Fellow in International Security at the Royal United Services Institute for Defence and Security Studies, the world's oldest think tank. His work focuses on geopolitics, political economy and security studies across MENA, Europe and Southeast Asia. Previously, he was a fellow at the Brookings Institution and a scholar at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. Dr. Hellier.
Bushra, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Oh, we've gone to sleep already. Assalamu alaikum. There we go. Good morning. All right. So it's a great pleasure to be here with all of you today, but especially to engage and moderate this panel. Two people that I've spoken on panel, well, been involved with before in terms of panels and conferences, and two that I'm very pleased to meet for the first time, alhamdulillah. I'm going to very briefly introduce each one of them and then ask each of them to speak for around 6 to 7 minutes apiece, and then we'll engage in a bit of a conversation. It's a conversation that I think is very important considering where we're at in the world today. Ethical leadership in an increasingly globalized world. But of course, it's a globalized world that is incredibly contested. And I've been thinking about this a lot over the last few days because, of course, earlier this week, the International Criminal Court announced the warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Gallant of Israel, as well as Deif of Hamas, who presumably has died. But the reactions to that incredibly important announcement worldwide, I thought were really quite interesting to see what sort of leadership qualities are being manifested and exhibited by different politicians, world powers, civil society actors, authorities of many different types. And you know, we live in a world now where, yes, indeed, some parts of it are incredibly globalized, that we live in a global village, but fragmentation is also on the rise in different places. And of course, with the recent election of Donald Trump in the United States, a country I know well, a country I've worked in on and off for the past 20 years, the very notion of a rules-based order and international law, incredibly contested and very much challenged. So I'm looking forward very much to this conversation. And to my immediate left is Her Excellency Mary Robinson of the Elders, the first female president of Ireland and former UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, and the former chair of the Elders, which has also been in the news quite a lot recently for its statements on very pressing ethical issues in international affairs, not least of which, of course, relates to Israel's war in Gaza. Professor Cole Durham, whom I last saw in Malaysia. We've not yet met in the United States. We'll have to do that at some point. The president of the G20 Interfaith Forum Association, and the founding director of the International Center for Law and Religion Studies at BYU. So welcome, Cole. I think you, out of all the people here, you had one of the longest trips. So we appreciate very much your coming. Her Excellency Fatima Abu Bakr, Ahlan wa sahlan, welcome, the Minister of Information from Ghana, and a great addition and really highlight, as far as I'm concerned, and I hope Husna will allow me that, of the next couple of days. The Honorable Fatima Abu Bakr is the Deputy Minister for Information in Ghana, and in 2017 was appointed as the Deputy Communications Director of the Office of the President in Ghana. Prior to her political appointments, she worked at the Lansdowne Resort Aburi and SRM Engineering Limited, where she served as the House Manager and Clerk, respectively. She previously served the then candidate Nana Akufo-Addo as a campaign aide in the 2016 and 2020 general elections. So welcome and thank you for making the time. And last but of course not least, Dr. Abbas Benakal, who's a historian currently affiliated with the School of History at the University of St. Andrews, UK, and also serves on the advisory board for the Religious Life and Belief Center at the University of Surrey in the United Kingdom. So we welcome you. We appreciate all of you on this panel. The format is very simple. Each one of the panelists will speak for about 6 to 7 minutes, and then we'll engage in a bit of a conversation, and time permitting, we will then open it up to the floor. And if I may ask, Mary, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning. I'm very happy to be here for what I think is a very interesting panel discussion on what is ethical leadership in an increasingly polarized world, and we've heard quite a bit about the polarization of our world. I'm indeed grateful to Professor Husna Ahmed for her kind invitation to me to be here, and I wondered whether the weather might defeat us, but it didn't. I managed to come over from Dublin this morning. I thought it might be helpful if I gave 3 examples of where I believe we need ethical / moral leadership. One of them a past example and 2 current examples, and that might allow others in the panel to define in more detailed terms than I can what we mean by ethical, what we mean by moral. Others are perhaps more better at that. Anyway, the past example I wanted to use was in fact the responsibility I found when I became UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. I was also going to be the Secretary General of the World Conference Against Racism, which was taking place during 2001, and actually the conference was in September 2001. It was a very difficult conference. We knew that there had been 2 previous attempts to have world conferences, a conclusion of a world conference, and both of the previous conferences failed. So part of the problem was that we had a pre-conference meeting during 2001 in Tehran in Iran, and that led to quite a bit of anti-Semitic language being in the text in square brackets. And when it's in square brackets, it's not agreed. This is the UN way of doing things, of course. But the fact that it was there caused a very bad impression, particularly in the United States. They didn't understand the niceties of UN negotiations, and there was a lot of criticism, so much so that Powell was going to come, the then Secretary in the United States was going to come to the conference. He just couldn't. So they sent quite a low team. So after the meeting in Tehran and when things were becoming very difficult, I decided that we needed to remind ourselves of the values of a world conference, on racism, countering racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, etc. And so I decided to call on the leaders of the world's religions at the highest level, and I'm very pleased to say that they responded at the highest level. We had the then Pope, we had the heads of Muslim, Buddhist, Dalai Lama, various leaders of World Council of Churches, etc. And it ended up with very good short statements about countering racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, etc. in a book. It was actually an actual book, which I was very pleased about. And I think it did help us. We actually, for the first time, got a result. We got a declaration and a program of action. But 3 days later, you had the terrible attacks in the United States of 9/11. And of course, that wiped all the consideration. And what people remember, especially in the United States, was the anti-Semitism that had prevailed beforehand, which we cut out all that language in the text. It was also the first conference where I became aware of the concept of intersectionality, and really illustrating, that if you're a woman of color, if you're a migrant, that all of this makes whatever the racism, the Islamophobia, whatever it may be, much worse. And so that's the first example that I wanted to show that I actually felt the need to call on religious leaders to help to make progress, and they were more than willing to do so. The second example is how we are to address the current crisis, and it is a real crisis, the climate and nature crisis. I always put the two together. I've just come yesterday afternoon through Istanbul. I flew to Dublin from Baku, the COP is not going well. We don't know how it's going to end. It will either be quite a poor decision or no decision. It's as bad as that. And yet, this is the COP about finance. This is the COP about the means to enable developing countries in particular to take the steps that they need to take. But there is so little meeting of the minds. And a few years ago, with a group of women leaders, we decided we need to step up on this issue of the climate and nature crisis. We chose a nature symbol to help us, the dandelion, which in Ireland and I think in the UK and lots of cultures is regarded as a weed. I now regard it as the most beautiful flower because it grows on all continents. It's very resilient, all right. You can't get rid of it if you want to. It'll come back in whatever way. It's also got deep roots. It's very regenerative of the soil. You can eat or drink every part of the dandelion. And how do you spread it? You blow. So we formed not an organization, it's more like an ecosystem of women leaders. And what happened, and it was very evident at Baku, as it has been at recent COPs, you see women from different organizations wearing the dandelion and supporting each other, reaching out for each other, helping to grow each other's work and make us stronger together. So last year, I took part in a very good conference in Ditchley Hall. I took part virtually at a very good conference that Professor Husna was at on women, faith and climate. And we are linking women, faith and climate and Project Dandelion. And then in October, we were together in Rome and worked on what does this women, faith and climate alliance mean in practice, and quite a detailed outcome from that. And at COP29 in Baku, I was able, with a couple of others who'd been at it, to launch formally in the Faith Pavilion in the COP. So we're hoping that we can kind of grow women, faith and climate, Project Dandelion with women leaders, and then move out. This is women-led, but not women only. And we're very keen to enlarge in the widest possible sense, because we're not winning this huge, how do I describe it? It's almost, we're moving, but we're not moving nearly fast enough for the science. Unfortunately, the climate and nature science is telling us things are happening more quickly. It's more worrying. We've got to move faster. So we've got to, in particular, move the money, which is why this COP was so important and didn't live up to its responsibility. So we want to, show that the majority of people in the world do want action on climate and nature. They do want things to move in the right direction. We just need to move the money, get out of fossil fuel as quickly as we can, especially the developed world, get into the clean energy and tell the positive story. That was my second example. And my third example, which I could be brief on, is an example from what we're trying to do as elders. We have been focusing for the last 2.5 years now on 3 existential threats: the climate and nature crisis, the nuclear weapons crisis, and the pandemic crisis. And then we found it necessary to look at AI across all 3, for better or worse. And I think that, in particular in the context of nuclear weapons, we're very worried indeed about the potential for worse. But we realized that our world is shifting. It's becoming a multipolar world, but it's also shifting in geopolitical ways that you described well as our moderator that are not helpful. And that what we need is to realize we won't resolve any of these existential problems if we don't have multilateral cooperation, if we don't come together and achieve solutions, not just pushing the problem to another generation, but actually solving problems and solving them on the basis of science and reason, and solving them with compassion, remembering that different people are affected in different ways. We've got to look at how everybody is affected in coming to solutions on these problems. So we had our long view leadership. And then I want to just finish by saying we took to heart a very good saying by the chair before me, Kofi Annan, of the elders. I became chair after he died. He'd been chair for 6 years before that. And he had a favorite saying that you're never too young to lead and you're never too old to learn. And we took part during the UN General Assembly in a number of intergenerational conversations. We actually organized an intergenerational meeting around our existential threats and long-view leadership. And we kept getting this kind of sense of younger generations wanting to co-create. So we now have modified, if I could, added to, I would say, our long-view leadership. It's long-view leadership and co-creation between different generations as being what we really need. So those are examples of why I feel it's really important that we have ethical leadership. But I'm willing to, respond more in Q&A, but I don't want to take up too much time. But I'm very interested in hearing my fellow panelists on these issues.
Thank you so much. That was very useful to kick us off with. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will save my own questions for after all the panelists. I have a few, and I'm sure others do as well. But Your Excellency, if we could hear from yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, distinguished panel members, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on all the protocols eloquently established by previous speakers and say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I'm excited to be here because I believe there is so much to learn in this room. I haven't met such an intellectual group in a long time. I came here thinking there is so much to share, and I met so many people. I say, I'm the least learned here. Let me take the opportunity to pick the thoughts and ideas of everyone around the table. That being said, I have been reflecting on what ethical leadership really means. And the reflection should not just come from reading some text or some literature and putting together what someone has written. But as a leader in my country, look at the practical situations I have been confronted with and the solutions that I am able to provide devoid of my own bias or selfish interests. And I think it can only be the type of leadership that carry everybody along. That being said, I also realize that when it comes to ethical leadership, as the rhetoric increases, the actions decrease. So a lot of talk, but when it's time for people to take action, then you see the cracks that not much is being done. And let me give you 3 key examples. 1, I have seen a lot of countries advertising that we are among the most friendly people in the world. Our doors are always open to everybody. You can come every time and any time you want to visit our beautiful country. But that kindness is always left at the corridors of the tourists. Those who can pay to enter, those who can come and invest, those who can come and spend money and use the resources, the infrastructure in the hospitality sector, among others, but not the refugees. The gesture ends at where people are actually in need of food, shelter, support to reorganize themselves and to rebuild what they have lost due to the devastation of conflict or wars. So it's always a dilemma. I sit as a leader and say, have we done enough? Probably there is more we can do in that space. Another eye-opening experience for me, as a girl born in one of the most deplorable communities in Ghana. In fact, if you come to Ghana, my region is probably the least developed. And if you come to my region, my district is probably the least developed. And if you come to my district, my village is probably the least developed. So I come from the most remotest part of Ghana. My district is called Garu District in the Upper East region of Ghana. In fact, from my village, you walk about 1 kilometer and you are in northern Togo or southern Burkina Faso. So when it comes to minority, I have an idea what that means. And during the COVID pandemic, something happened. I was in Ghana watching the news and hearing that,
oh, the UK's NHS is having some crisis with staffing, with nurses, with doctors, with lab technicians, medical officers. And the UK was seeking to recruit nurses and doctors trained in Ghana to come to the UK to come and support the health sector. And then all of a sudden, the migration trends, a lot of doctors, nurses, and other health professionals started moving to the UK. And I said, do they know where these people were trained? If you come to Ghana, let me give you an example. There is a nurses training college in the Middle Belt. We call the place the Ahafo region of Ghana. And in Ahafo region of Ghana, we have Totroso, a village in which my father was born. It's very remote, maybe about 8 hours drive from Accra. And there are girls and boys trained in that village who never thought or aspired to make any impact anywhere else in the world but than to serve their communities. And all of a sudden, their services and help is needed all the way in the UK. And they have to fly them over to the UK to support the NHS. And I asked myself, who would have thought that a South-South country under an IMF program that needs all the support and help in the world will be of any benefits to the Great Britain or United Kingdom due to the investments that we have made in education and healthcare? I am using these examples to demonstrate to you that when we say leave no behind, the kind of investment we make in people across borders all over the world eventually come back to benefit us. So it is not a situation whereby we think we are self-sufficient, we think we have enough, we think our foreign policy must change. There is cost of living crisis. We have problems. Why should you invest in education in another country? Why should you help the healthcare systems of another country? We don't have money for scholarships any longer. Let us cut our spending. Let us change this or that. But I'm saying eventually, we all need each other. So sitting here as an appointee of our government finally, I am excited that we are investing more and more in people and more in those who cannot afford. When it comes to electricity in Ghana, we have a reach of about 88.15%, and it is more difficult to extend electricity to the most rural part for the last mile. But we want to do that to reach universal coverage. When it comes to education, we had a situation where parents will prefer to send the girls to school, the boys to school, and not the girls. And as of 2017, out of every 100 boys in school, you could find only 64 girls. Now, the government, since 2017, says, let us make basic and high school free for everyone. And then the parents started bringing the girls. And out of every 100 boys in high school in Ghana today, we have 106 girls. And not just that. We introduced a medical drone delivery system in Ghana since 2019 with Zipline. And the kids see the drones coming and they know they are delivering medical supplies. They run to the drones. They don't run away because they are not delivering bombs. They are delivering solutions and medical supplies. So when we think about leaving no one behind, we should mean it. And we should actually work towards leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A very beautiful message to wind up on. Professor Cole, the floor is yours. In some ways, perhaps you have the most difficult speech to give because you're the only American on the panel. Welcome to SOAS, Professor Cole. Go ahead.
Thank you. Let's see. So, yes. So I've learned from African colleagues to stand on the existing protocols. It saves a lot of time. It doesn't recognize everyone, but I do want to express thanks to the organizers and especially to Professor Husna Ahmed for her kindness inviting me here and in hosting me here. I'm also grateful to see many friends here with whom I've had the pleasure of working in various contexts, and it's a reminder to me of the benefits of joining with those of other faiths in a world that is not only increasingly globalized and polarized, but is also highly pluralized. In my comments today, I want to speak from my perspective as president of the G20 Interfaith Forum Association about 3 dimensions of ethical leadership that are needed as we face the polycrises of our time. First, I'm convinced we need to call on the best leadership traits inspired by our differing religious traditions. In this regard, I'm reminded of a truth I have often heard cited from the Quran. Unfortunately, I didn't have access to that this morning when it hit me, but it's to the effect that we have inherited a world with different religions so that we might learn from each other. Second, I want to stress the value of approaching the question of ethical leadership from a virtue ethics perspective. And third, I want to focus on the importance of a forgotten virtue of reverence as one of the traits leaders need to cultivate. I don't think there's any need for me to go into detail about the gravity of the polycrises we face. We've heard about it repeatedly here, and we're conscious of many of the problems facing the earth. One of the striking things about global efforts to grapple with these issues is that too often the insights, experience, vision, wisdom, and resilience of religious communities are not adequately engaged in a quest for solutions. For example, religion is not even mentioned in the framing of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. All too often, as Sir Stephen Timms noted last night, political leaders hesitate to draw religious actors into policy formation processes because religion is seen as a source of divisiveness and conflict rather than as a source of implementing solutions. Now, much of our work in the G20 Interfaith Forum is aimed at reversing that perception by facilitating high-impact religious engagement on priority global issues. Thus, in the G20 process in Brazil that culminated in the G20 summit last week, we emphasized at the head of 5 priority recommendations, including hunger reduction, debt relief, climate amelioration, peace building, and human trafficking, that, and I quote, policy engagement with faith communities should be a priority. Religious communities inevitably draw on the deep stores of wisdom and inspiration their respective traditions in their traditions in molding each successive generation of leadership. At a recent conference on leadership in Africa, sponsored by the African Consortium for Law and Religion Studies, I was impressed in this regard by 2 noteworthy papers. One by Professor Ahmed Garba and Hajara Ahmed traced the way that Islamic traditions had a deep formative impact on leadership in many African settings. Significantly, they stressed the need for nurturing leadership styles that promote religious tolerance. Their findings underscored the need for nuanced policies that respect religious traditions while promoting national unity and adhering to international standards. They called for fostering legal pluralism while honoring Sharia and supporting interfaith dialogue and education to promote understanding and tolerance among different religious communities, reducing the potential for conflict and enhancing social cohesion. Coming from a different perspective, a second paper by Nabil Yazin Mohammed argued that reliance on religious values alone without adequate attention to non-religious practical political realities could lead and has led to a failure of leadership. His example was the Muslim Brotherhood's loss of power after being elected in Egypt in 2011 and then ousted the next year. What is striking in reflection on analysis of ethical leadership shaped by religious factors is that the focus is on the virtues leaders need to succeed in contemporary settings. It's also, of course, on the impacts they can have, as has been pointed out here. But this approach, focusing on the character traits, the virtues of ethical leadership, aligns more with modern versions of virtue ethics that have emerged over the past 50 years than with other forms of ethical analysis. I'm thinking of deontological or consequentialist schools of ethics. The focus is on factors that shape the character of leaders and the way that religious traditions help identify and cultivate the relevant virtues. At the same time, the analysis recognizes that religious values alone may not exhaust the set of virtues that are needed. Now, there's not time for me here to describe in any detail why the contemporary field of virtue ethics may provide a better guide to ethical leadership than some of the rival ethical schools. My point is merely to flag the relevance of virtue ethics to deepen thinking about ethical leadership. In addition, what I would like to do before concluding is to stress the importance of one forgotten virtue that I believe is really critical in modern settings. In this regard, my starting point is a wonderful little book by philosopher Paul Woodruff entitled Reverence, Renewing a Forgotten Virtue. In Woodruff's view, reverence is a universal human capacity or virtue. It is evident in the lives of both believers and non-believers, and sometimes, paradoxically, even in the lives of individuals who pride themselves on being irreverent. As Woodruff portrays it, reverence begins in a deep understanding of human limitations. From this grows the capacity to be in awe of whatever we believe lies outside our control, whether it be nature, creation, or so many other things. The capacity for awe, as it grows, brings with it the capacity for respecting fellow human beings, flaws and all. But to forget that you are only human, to think you can act like a god, this is the opposite of reverence. Ancient Greeks thought that tyranny was the height of irreverence, and they gave the famous name of hubris to the crimes of tyrants. For these reasons, Woodruff maintains that reverence has more to do with politics than with religion. Power, and I might add leadership, without reverence, that is catastrophe. Power or leadership that seeks to manipulate religion for mere political gain, or religion that panders to power for the sake of economic or social gain, is an affront to true reverence. In short, leadership needs the too often forgotten virtue of reverence.
A very good reminder, Cole. Thank you. I was pleased to hear you cite Nabil, who's one of my students. So that'll give him.
The world is small.
Yeah, the world is small. Globalized world. Dr. Abbas, please.
Great. Thank you, TP. When we talk about the leadership, here we have Professor Husna, and also maybe in the second line, Sanjana and Sabba, all women leaders are there in this forum they organized. And moreover, when I sit here, I have two giant women in both sides, make me relevant in some cases. So this is not really the leadership that we see here. I like to take your attention to the history because basically I'm trained as a historian. I'm teaching and writing on history. In 1921, I have a new book on history of decolonial historiography of Malabar in South India. I found that I looked into British documents here in the library, British Library. I found archival document that says Malabar Muslim women were feminist because they were helping men and they were disguised as men and fighting against British at the time. And that word feminism was used in a derogatory term in 1921, and this is available here. So we can see, how the leadership and the concept of leadership and the role of women changing in the history when it comes to the modern time. So maybe because I'll give a little glimpses, because even before that, in 16th century, when Portuguese attacked Malabar coast, our king was Zamorian, because in India, the Hindu king Zamorian was ruling in the south, and Muslims were under him. The king decided that I will fast till you people oust out the invaders. So king's mother convened a meeting in the mosque asked Muslim leaders to join to fight with the Hindu, his army, that's called Nayars. They were together with fighting against Portuguese. And interestingly, this meeting was held in a mosque. It was convened by the woman, this Hindu woman, the mother of this ruler, Zamorian. And on basis of that, Muslim clergies, that leaders of the time, they give religious sermon in the mosque. The sermon is available. The copy is here in British Library. That's we called Kutubatul Jihadiyya. So Kutubatul Jihadiyya says that the Muslims should fight, that jihad has to be done to save the reign of this Hindu king. The first word, the jihad, we heard, the Malabar people of South India heard the word jihad as a word of harmony from the leadership of Muslims to fight for protecting the reign of a Hindu king. So these kind of leadership qualities or examples are there from the South. But when it came to the history of India, when Eliot wrote the history written by the Indians, the Muhammadan history, that we knew that that was the colonial historiography taught us how it was called, Muslim history and the history of Hindus, history was named after the religion. Before that, we are people from here, Americans are all here, never called Spaniards, who went to the Latin America, who conquered, we never identified the religion, But when it came to the Indian, we called Mughals as Muslims and identified as their religion. Then later on, we have a lot of that kind of historical issues over there. When it comes to the current affairs, when I went to United Nations to talk to the youths in a youth summit over there to give a lecture, I was pointing out to them because nowadays the Islam itself became a globalized. We are thinking about one Ummah and one Islam because I have 3 edited volumes on Southeast Asian Islam, South Asian Islam, and women-centric Islam. So I found that Islam has different identities in different places, In globalized world, we have vernacular identities that was forcing us to be united together with other communities. So later on, we found that South Asian Islam and Southeast Asian Islam were identified as non-Islamic because we have documental evidence from the British sources that the collectors telling that the matrilineal identity in Malabar coast is against Quran. Because it was there from 16th century, even before we have sources, these kind of historical sources, because I think I will sum up quickly with these points because I found that when we go to the historical analysis, nowadays we have to do the new leaders, we have to bring documental evidence and we have to bring the studies for the future because new generation, they have to read new books and new studies. I told you the history of India and Muslims that told by Indians, by Eliot, has to be rewritten. And also, same like oneness of Islam, maybe the globalized Islam, it has to be reoriented. I was working on that with our colleagues, and we have published with Routledge and also Palgrave on that. I found that so people studied from other country and they reached in Southeast Asia, they started Padiri war and they killed the people who practiced centuries this matrilineal Islam over there. And in case of arrival of Islam in different places also, the new leaders, they have to take over that. When it comes to India, we always call the religion of invaders or religion of rulers as the invasion or the acceptance or coming of Islam to the country. Because there are sources, because we have a source in British Library that Kisa Sakarwati Farma that says one king from Malabar, he accepted Islam, Hijrah 21st. So we can see conclaves in different places before that. Anthony Reid has pointed out that, but they reached till 16th, maybe 13th century some places, 16th century some places, because we have a minister from Ghana. I went to the Ghana, I found that Zongo community is called conclave. There were conclaves earlier because people were traveling and they have to stay in their place to find a better weather condition to travel back, So they will be staying in one place. So before Islam, Arabs were traveling all over Indian Ocean and there were conclaves over there. So this kind of history has to be relooked in future. And I found that for next leadership, the youths, we have to produce, the Muslims has to come into forefront. And I was telling to the minister that the Zongo should be there before Islam, because the Arabs were traveling that region earlier. So it has to be relooked, because that history is told to them or told to us or all the people by the people who colonized the countries, So it has to be relooked. And I, for a point of view, I have to tell that, the new generation, in the ethical sense, it varies from the people to people. And the globalized world, in globalized world itself, we have, the Southeast Asia has got its own identity, because the people of Southeast Asia are here, because Malaysians have come here, because matrilineal Islam is very prominent over there. In that case, women have the right to lead the society, and they have right to have their own property rights than men, in matrilineal systems. Because I wrote the book when one Mormon, my friend, colleague, he visited my local area, Brian Adams, he was understruck, He was telling, matrilineal communities among Muslims. Because there are women, they lead the community, the house will belong, the property will be to women. So later on the part of globalized Islam, at the time of the British, when they were ruling the country, they formed a number of laws to take out the women's rights from the Muslims. This is what happened, and I'm telling that in new world, we have to bring sources and also historical studies to maybe enhance these kind of understandings among the youth. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, especially for reminding us of the importance of female leadership and historical lessons that we can all benefit from. I wanted to ask a few questions before we sort of open it up to the audience. And I wanted to start with Mary, because when you mentioned the multilateral challenge, and that's really everything that I'm looking at present, because of the challenges that we see on a global level, on different crises that are upon us, but also crises that have not yet come about, but that we can see are going to come, and how we're supposed to deal with that. Talking about international law or talking about international order, while at the same time the main powers that have underwritten that system for so long, even if just rhetorically speaking, are casting it aside, right? Even if they're not saying it as such, but refusing, for example, to recognize the primacy of international law, if the penalty will be visited upon an ally as opposed to an enemy. And it's been very striking, again, over the last few days, seeing the reactions to the ICC warrants, because, of course, when it came to issuing those warrants for Putin, who is definitely deserving of such a warrant, the reaction that we saw over the last few days is, how should we say, somewhat different, at least in some quarters. And I think that it represents a real challenge to us, where we have, one of the probably the most powerful nation in the world, talking about sanctioning countries if they uphold international law. Right. So how do you think we deal with this challenge going forward, keeping in mind that we've got at least 4 years of this?
Yes, I think your question is one that troubles the elders a lot. I would put it a slightly different way. I think what we're talking about is double standards in relation to the specific issues of, for example, the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice, which indicted Putin. That was something very much welcomed, but it's not welcome for Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Defense Minister. There's no reference to the leader of Hamas. That isn't mentioned. These are, examples of the kind of double standards that undermine a faith in and credibility of international law, and that is the real problem. It doesn't mean that international law doesn't matter. Of course it does, and it matters even more. So what the elders are very strongly advocating in our long view leadership is the importance of constantly reasserting international norms and standards, international law, and also the frameworks that depend on it, like the Sustainable Development Goals, as you said, the Paris Agreement and so on, and calling out the double standards. And there are double standards on both sides. There are double on all sides. I mean, some of those who criticize most of the double standards also have double standards themselves. So, you know, it's not, but at the same time, because, for example, the United States has spoken of itself as the country that is foremost in promoting democracy and rule of law. It's constantly said, both on democracy, as we saw recently, and rule of law. It is not showing good example at the moment, and that is a problem. But it's not a problem to the essence of the importance of rule of law. If we don't have rule of law, we have rule of power and greed, and that could be really chaotic for our world. So it's extraordinarily important that we reassert and reaffirm, and that we draw on the religions of the world to help us in that reaffirmation.
Thank you so much, Mary. I think it is an ongoing challenge, and unfortunately will come up again and again as we see fragmentation of that order going forward. Fatima, if I can ask you, because you brought this really, to a real-life example in your own country in terms of how leadership looks at the other in one way when it's not needed, but when the other is needed, then suddenly, the doors are flung open. And when you mentioned refugees, I was struck by a memory that I had of how we were very welcoming in the UK, at least comparatively speaking, of Ukrainian refugees, as I think we ought to have been. I was very supportive of this. But then I was reflecting on how different it looked when there were other refugees that were just as in need, if not more so. And I was thinking particularly of Syrians, and recalling how so many reflected on the influx of Ukrainian refugees and being dismayed at the fact that they were refugees, because that suddenly wasn't something that white people should have to endure, i.e., other populations could be refugees. And I found this quite striking, and you saw this in a lot of the media commentary at the time. And of course, you were talking about, what happened during the COVID crisis and how people from your own country were suddenly welcome because they had something to give. But what happens when they no longer have that thing to give, right? And I'm wondering if you see any other examples that provide perhaps some lessons in that regard.
Thank you so much. Especially in the area of technology. What I have realized is that when I was younger, maybe you see the parents and grandparents watching the cable news. They were the ones interested in geopolitics. They wanted to know what's happening on BBC, CNN, and you leave the younger ones to watch the entertainment shows, the cartoons, and the rest. But now, that is not the case. If you look at how teenagers and young people have mobilized themselves around causes and things happening around the world, they did not see that from Al Jazeera or BBC or CNN. The power of technology has shown me that transparency is the antidote of all misinformation and disinformation. Even if you pretend to do the right thing, now with the benefit and access created by technology, people see more than you want to show to the world. So leaders are now and again forced to do the right thing because there is no place to hide. And I believe that should come with the kind of leadership where we do the right thing, even when we are not being watched. Because the younger generation, they see you for who you are and what you do. So before you perpetrate some of these inequalities, they are already sitting on TikTok or X and Blue Sky and saying, but in this situation, you treated this differently. And in that situation, we don't see you present the same energy. So the consciousness of the younger population has also given us the additional responsibility as leaders to do the right thing. And in Ghana, sometimes I say, maybe in the past, if we had a situation where 1992, we had only one radio station and one TV station in Ghana. A Minister for Information's work is simple. You go and sit behind the TV and tell them what you want them to hear. Now, it is not like that. Even if you think you are hiding some information, some 17-year-old in Nigeria or in Dubai or UK is sharing information about Ghana that you did not put out. And it is because technology has afforded them the benefit to know more than what leaders want to give. So we should be aware of the revolution, the opportunities presented to the people by technology, and the access to information that we have in today's world, and know that someone is watching. Even if you think no one is watching, someone is watching. So, once again, lead with empathy, a lot of compassion, and do the right thing, even when you think no one is watching, because people are watching.
That's a very good reminder. Thank you. Cole, I was really struck by that one word that you ended with and repeated, reverence, because it struck me that of all the virtues that we frequently discuss in international affairs, international politics, reverence is not one that I hear very commonly. But it also strikes me that it's one that is very pertinent because it implies a sense of consistency, right? That if you truly hold, for example, human life in reverence, then you hold it all in reverence, right? So how different leadership would look like on an international level, on a national level, on a local level, if we truly had reverence for all human beings, irrespective of background, race,
and for nature.
And I beg your pardon?
And for nature.
And for nature, yes, indeed. You know, I mean, the idea. So the verse that you're getting at in terms of, you know, that God has made us into different tribes, so that we might know each other, but also the idea of stewardship of the planet, of the cosmos, of the universe. All of that's very much tied, of course, to reverence. But it's only really reverence if it's consistent, right? If it's reverence for my tribe or my group, then without that sort of corresponding reverence for who you don't view as part of your tribe, that's not really reverence, it's tribalism, and unfortunately can lead to all sorts of catastrophe, as you mentioned. And I'm wondering, do you have any thoughts about how to bring that into effect? Because, you know, virtue is good, truth is good, but the application of it, I think, is sometimes quite difficult to get to.
Well, I think thank you for picking up on that. I have to admit, I had done this work on reverence a decade or so ago, and it was at the COP that I thought about it more, because I was reading some of the key religious environmental documents, Laudato Si, now I'm going to get I'm going to get it wrong, but and what was striking to me was the spirit of reverence that came through, and the reality that to really get people to be really captured by the environmental realities that we're facing. I mean, some of the religious people were saying you need to take them and really show them nature so they really feel the awe, and then this will translate. And now, it doesn't always work, and this is why I would say it's clear that reverence is in the kind that was being talked about by Woodruff was not being quiet in church or something like that. It was a much deeper phenomenon, and he connected it with our sense for the limitation of human things, that we have to respect rule of law in a sense, because is a respect for things higher than merely human action, and we can't think of ourselves as God figures the way some political leaders we could name in the United States seem to think of themselves.
Who shall remain nameless.
Yes, we'll try not to name names. There's a real sense that it's necessary to have some kind of deeper level strata and this needs to be cultivated. It's been traditionally cultivated by religious communities, but it can also it can lead to the dark side of religion sometimes. I mean, one of the things that's been puzzling in the United States for me is why is it that religious groups in particular seem to be voting for someone who seems to be eminently irreligious. And I think we need this forgotten virtue of reverence in a deeper sense. Can be cultivated. It's not homogeneous necessarily. Different people will sense reverence for different things, but one hopes that as we cultivate that, it will breed respect for others, humility before our own limitations, and sort of deeper commitment to some of the things that really matter. And I really welcome being able to talk about this here, because I think one of the things that we need to be able to be better at is forging connections with the Muslim world, with other parts of the religious world. I think this is one of the things that we're really committed to with the G20 interfaith. And there are things that religions will divide people, they'll have different beliefs, but there are priority issues about which they really care. They get hunger, that's a problem. They get the debt crisis, well, unless they're having to pay money. They get some of these fundamental things, and those are where we can pull people together, overcome some of the polarization that is so rife in our times, and hopefully make progress.
Perhaps the word that goes along with reverence then is power, because I was thinking about this as you said. Why would religious leaders or religious communities in the United States vote for someone who was very clearly irreligious? And the word that came to mind immediately was power. And power without reference, I think very often leads to that.
It's the kind of leadership we don't want.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's that love of power as well, I think. So before I open it up to the floor, I did want to ask something to Abbas in terms of these historical sorts of lessons, because you mentioned Malabar and the south of India. And there's some Malaysians in the room, I believe. And Malaysia and Malabar have something in common in one regard, in that the way in which Islam arrived to both of these regions, at least in part, had much to do with Yemeni traders, which is why, unlike most of India, you're all Shafi'is. Well done. Anyway, and of course, they stopped in the south of India on the way to Nusantara, to Southeast Asia. And as you were talking about that historical reality, I was thinking, Southeast Asia is one of the largest populations of Muslims in the world. If not, regionally speaking, it is the largest. And there were no campaigns, there were no extensions of, military domains or anything like that. The quote-unquote leadership that was provided was on the basis of just good relations, trade, but open trade, not in terms of, bribery or things like that. And I wonder if you have any thoughts on, how that applies elsewhere, historically speaking, because it also brings to mind that if we're truly trying to create these multilateral alliances for building better communities, for protecting the next generation from these polycrises, then surely we've got to think of ways to build those kinds of relationships in ways that are holistic, ways that are human, ways that don't depend on, irreverent power.
Southeast Asia may be the best example for the integrated and indigenized Islam. Ramayana is an Indian source that became an Islamic sense in there, and the name of the people and a lot of other things are seen in Southeast Asia in that sense. In earlier, now the leadership in Islam, sometimes we call about Amir of Muslims. In 16th century, one non-Muslims was Amir of Muslims in that region. And they prayed for him in all Jummah prayers for this non-Muslim king. And they were telling that he is better than the Muslim kings of the other region. And I mentioned that people went for fighting for him. And this Kali means the judge of the region, he wrote a poem in 16th century. He mentioned that the Muslims were going to fight for this Hindu king. Hindu told that, no, you are minorities. We don't allow you die first. We will die and fight. We will fight and die first before you die. This was the unity we have seen there. And he provided land, waqaf. In some of the Islamic documents, waqaf cannot be given by non-Muslims, because there, this Hindu king gave 10 mosques of waqaf. And he was giving the payment for the people who take care of all the things. These kind of good examples are there. I have an article on how South and Southeast Asia integrated together in this case. It was larger, wider region of Al-Hind earlier because Indian kings were ruling that region. And we can see these kind of, because in a new sense, some people tell that this non-Islamic, And maybe in case of leadership, during the 20th century, there was an allegation against the leadership over there. They're telling that Muslims are against British. So British sent at that time one officer to investigate this one. Then they found that, no, the leader is a non-Muslim. His name is MP Narayana Menon. He just dress like Muslims and go to the mosque and instigate Muslims there, So this kind of unity were there. Those Muslims never identified, they never forced a Muslims to be leader. They were ready or they were comfortable to live even non-Muslim leadership, and they enjoyed it at the time. Thank you.
Can I, before you go to the floor, can I raise something?
Of course.
In a way, because you're speaking so positively about women's leadership in earlier periods. Yeah. I am very close to the Self-Employed Women's Association in India because it was founded by Ila Bhatt, who was an elder. It's a wonderful organization, and they do great work, or have been doing, over quite a long number of years in Afghanistan. And the situation for women in Afghanistan is now, Afghanistan is so bad that SEWA are finding it more and more difficult. And it really brings home, women can't even speak publicly now. Girls don't go to school. How does the Muslim world tolerate this? We talked about double standards. How can we change what's happening in the 21st century, that girls who long to go to school are trying to go to secret schools and be supported in them? Women who used to work can no longer work except in very restricted circumstances, and now they can't even speak publicly.
So I'm not sure that anybody's tolerating it. I'm not sure that they can do very much about it.
Well, why not?
It's not the issue of
I don't think the Taliban necessarily listen to good arguments, but I'm getting frantic messages about time. So I think that we'll take one question because I've also been reminded that you have lunch and also prayer before Asr comes in. So I have to take one question. Anybody raise their hands? I am going to go to the back since he raised his hand first, but thank you, Adam Habib, for being gracious in that regard. One question, please, a question and no comment, because we have very little time.
Thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim from Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. In calling for global leadership, which is very noble and essential, especially during these trying times, does the panel think that it is necessary for we Muslims to take a step back and examine our disunity that are now causing wars between Muslim nations and differences in beliefs, example between Sunnis and Shias, that has caused and are causing unnecessary disunity between Muslim nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would love to take more questions, but I have been told that we have very little time, so I will throw that back to the panel. And if anybody would like to address that question, and then I'll wrap up. So would anybody like to address that question?
We're all nervous.
I would like to say it's Chatham House rules, but I don't think it is. So, but I assure you, nobody will.
There is more rapprochement at the moment between Saudi Arabia and Iran.
There is indeed.
And that is very significant.
I think that is significant, and also particularly because it was restated following the election in the United States, which I think sent a message, frankly, to the United States and elsewhere that the internecine sort of strife would not continue or be repeated, unlike, I have to say, the last time round. But any other comments in that regard? Cole, please.
Well, the one thing I would say is that while these signs of, as you were saying, the quotation is tribal differences, I apologize that I got the Muslim quote wrong. As problematic as it is to have different views, I think that part of freedom of religion is that people have a right to have different views. And what's significant is really setting a framework of freedom of religion, freedom of respecting difference, and making people feel safe. The problem is not the pluralism itself, but that people feel threatened in their own beliefs by others. And if we can construct a world which can retain its religious pluralism, and we can learn from each other, but we can do it without violence and without mistrust, that seems to me, in our very pluralistic world, a more realistic way forward, and hopefully a real key to ultimate peacekeeping.
Learning how to manage difference in a world of pluralities. I think that's a very good note to end on, and hopefully ethical leadership will take that on board. I'm afraid none of these questions are going away. I think, on the contrary, they will intensify as the years go on, but at least there's some lessons that we can draw on. Ladies and gentlemen, please thank our panel.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon, welcome back. I just want to begin with a quick note. We do have a photographer here today. If you're uncomfortable with your picture being taken, please do raise your hand and one of the team will take note of that. We resume this afternoon with our first panel session, 4 under 40 Young Muslim Changemakers. This panel is chaired by Professor Samia Bano. She is a professor in family law and law, feminist legal theory and minority rights in the School of Law at Saras. Professor Bano has published widely in the field of Muslim family law in Britain, gender equality and human rights. Her forthcoming monograph entitled Cultural Expertise, Islam and English Family Law is due to be published soon. Professor Bano.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind introduction and for the invitation to contribute to such an interesting conference. Thank you to the organisers. 4 under 40 Young Muslim Changemakers. I'm delighted to moderate and host such an amazing panel. We're going to kickstart with our first speaker, Sara Ibrahim. She's the founder of the Bukhari Creative Group. She has over 10 years' experience in arts, in educational project management. She brings with her tech-driven storytelling to cultural heritage. Her digital Bukhari Islamic art exhibition has reached viewers all over the world, merging VR, film, and immersive media to highlight Central Asia's intellectual legacy. She's also an active member for Central Asian Women in the creative industry and co-founder of AI-based tech company. And just to point out the importance of culture in terms of some of the debates we were having this morning, and thinking in institution change comes from cultural representations. So, Sara, thank you.
I'm very honored to be here today, and for me to represent my country, which is used to be a center of Islamic civilization, which was a rich country, gave so many amazing great minds to the world, to Islamic civilization, such as Imam Bukhari, Imam Tirmizi, Imam Maturidi, Biruni, Al-Kharizmi. Who else? I can count them. Avicenna, lots of. And we took this responsibility to promote these great minds, their legacies, and to spread their light all among the world. Bismillah. I want to start a little bit with my story. I didn't prepare any speech. I would like to be very reflectory and live. So everything started actually when I was 18, when I took part in creative workshop done back in my country, in Uzbekistan, by the ceramic artisans. And when the ceramic bowl was spined, I was feeling such an important, divine, and such a tranquil and meditative feeling. And I realized that I'm connected, because it's a potter, I'm connected with something nature, which is earth, and I'm connected with something divine. And these feelings make me, you've been all driver through all of my life. And I realized that creativity is something that I really want to do. I had different kind of experiences. I used to work with the British Council in Uzbekistan, and we brought lots of interesting artwork to Uzbekistan. Henry Moore exhibition, Hamlet, Shakespeare's Hamlet, Globe's Hamlet in Uzbekistan, and many other things. We connected Uzbekistani talents with UK world-famous artisans, and we did this kind of collaborations. But COVID-19 happened. And in the beginning of COVID, I started to think that something is very much kind of, again, burning in my heart. And I realized that I would like to reassess my values. I would like to do something which can serve the spiritual point of it. And all project was great in British Council. I'm very much grateful for this experience, because I've been able to do this world-class level projects, but the spiritual part was missing. And I did Nia, that how can I do something to serve to my faith, to my values, and to the world. And a friend of mine stuck in Uzbekistan, because he came from Czech Republic, and he's IT business owner. He said, Sara, why don't you join to my company, and I can help you to do your Islamic art projects. And it was a very great deal. He's been very supportive. He's been very inspiring also. But I'm absolutely happy with every experience that I had, because I did. We did lots of interesting projects. We won competitions in a startup base, and just after I joined to this company, my partners from the UK, they said, Sara, where are you going from British Council? I'm saying I'm going to private sector. And just imagine, it was peak of the pandemic. I'm going from the stable, sustainable work to the private sector, which is absolutely unexpected. And I just trusted to Allah, and I said, I would like to do Islamic art. And just in a moment when I jumped to the company, Leicester University said that, Sara, we have grant. Why don't you join to our social science festival if you have an idea? I had an idea. I had an idea to do exhibition which brings together different kind of art form, but that will reflect on a hadith, which is from Sahih Bukhari. And it was during COVID time. It was during challenging time when lots of mental health issue was going on. And what is another interesting moment, it was the time when Charlie Hebdo did their caricature and all world was kind of running in different imbalances. And we did this exhibition digitally. And after that, we had lots of reflection from non-Muslims who were thanking us, saying that you showed us another side of Islam. We didn't know about it. And more than 30,000 people participated online. Lots of people then participated online. 5,000 people also was that time. Then our government of Uzbekistan suggested that we can do this not only in one country, but also with the help of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and embassies in different other countries. It's been very successful, alhamdulillah, and then government supported us to do it on site. But it's sometimes a bit hard to go through the bureaucratic things of government, and which is another kind of maybe way that Allah showed us. And I decided to open up my own company. I told to my friend that thank you very much for everything, but I think like I'm being out of the track and I should follow the passion. And we created this Bukhari Creative Group, which is a value-driven, research-driven, tech fusion, arts and creative company. These are the founders. Very good people joined to our team, and they are thousands and even celebrities. They recognized us and they are part of our initiative. CD Peter Sanders, if you know, Haji Nuruddin from the China, he's absolutely genius person. Sami Yusuf, we've talked to him and he's been absolutely happy to support and to be part of the project. And we have lots of other talents from Uzbekistan, young people, and also artisans and heritage preservers who we think that we are responsible, we as a company having the international experience, responsible to show to the world. We also did lots of other projects. So we are doing an exhibition, we are doing publications reflecting on our heritage. We are doing films on Avicenna, Al-Bukhari, Al-Farabi, Al-Biruni. Just today, just after this session, I will run to Saudi Arabia because we're opening another exhibition on heritage of Uzbekistan, which will be in Isra Gallery. And the most important thing that I would like to say, our digital immersive Islamic art project, that was a starting point of my company. So in this year, inshallah, in December 10, we will have opening of our exhibition in Indonesia, in one of the biggest mosques at that area, in Istiqlal Mosque. So this exhibition reflects on our challenging times, because Imam Bukhari, he was a person who tried to reveal the truth, right? He was a person who's been very struggling along his life, but he decided to choose light. We are living kind of the same time. So now the media is pervasive. Now media is kind of brainwashing, art washing, I would say also, and we would like to respond on it with a positive way. We would like to spread the light, and we invited different artisans. It's calligraphers, miniature artists, it's filmmakers, musicians, and it will be blend of the immersive experiences, and it will be also traditional experiences. We will also have a little bit part of paradise, because we're bringing nature to our exhibition, and inshallah, through this exhibition, we would like to support these challenging times. And you know what? Again, if we do good intention, Allah always will help us. And I was looking for the ways to, with this project, to have a little bit contribution to the situation in Palestine. And I just found out a wonderful lady. She'll have her speech today. She's doing amazing things supporting Palestine children. And thank you very much for this network event. We are going to collaborate and inshallah to do something great. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sara, for such an important presentation reflecting the challenges but the importance of culture in bringing about change. So, and we will leave questions after all the presentations and reflections. Okay, our second speaker, if you want to, thank you so much, is Adnan Hussain. He's a Bangladeshi social entrepreneur and the founder and executive director of It's Humanity Foundation. It's a non-profit organization based in Bangladesh, but also registered in the UK. Since founding it in 2010, at the very young age of 21, Adnan has remained dedicated to eradicating poverty and uplifting the marginalised communities in his home country, Bangladesh. Under his leadership, this non-profit has grown into a pioneering force in education, healthcare, and community empowerment. It's reached over 5,000 children through access to quality education, livelihood development, and healthcare programs. So inspiring. Thank you so much, Adnan.
Thank you, Beno. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Must be tired after lunch. Difficult to hear what we are talking about, but I'm here representing the youths of Bangladesh, all the youths who are doing amazing work and providing the support to their own communities in Bangladesh. Bangladesh is a country with peace, love, and prosperity. It is known as for their hospitality and the natural beauties. I come here to talk about It's Humanity Foundation, a non-profit which I have started at the age of 21. When I was a university student, I had no idea about how a non-profit works. I never had any background from my family or professional life. I only knew that I can do more and more at this age if I want to do, if I intend to do. With this, I started the Humanity Foundation in 2010, June 4th, with only 17 students in a small corridor of the northern Bangladesh, which is the 350 kilometers away from Dhaka, which is the capital of Bangladesh. When I started, it was just a passion to support the children in Bangladesh because I wanted to give back to my community. I never had the intention to take it as a career or build this as an organization. In all my life, I wanted to be a doctor. Unfortunately, I had a severe level of math phobia, and I failed to complete my science when I was in grade 9. Then my parents decided to put me in commerce to study business and later join the family business. But I think my intention was always is to help people, to be supportive, and I've been a very empathetic person since my childhood. And I think that took me, when I was in my university, is just one fine day when I went to a winter campaign, which is in the further north, very close to the Himalaya. It's severe cold, and they're also linked with the Silk Road, which my friend were talking about. So, and then I went there to distribute the blankets, and I met few families and got to know that despite there's a lot of NGOs school and the government school, a lot of children is not able to go to school, and they go to work just to earn 80 taka, 80 Bangladeshi taka, which is less than $1, and they get it in 1 week, not even per day. It's per week they get 80 taka, and that's why they are not going to school. Then I decided to start something very minimum at my community, and then I started a small school. With 17 children, in 6 months, I have seen the growth of 40 students. You know, when you are young and when you get appreciation of your work and people talk about your work, you get more motivation. And that motivation, that appreciation helped me to take it further to thinking about, if not, then when. So a simple start, a bigger vision. When we had the 40 students in 2010, in 2011, I formed a formal school for the children that I was teaching. So it's a funny story that, I was studying in the Dhaka, like the capital city of Bangladesh, and since my hometown is 350 kilometers away, so I used to take bus every Wednesday night, which is about 9 to 10 hours journey by bus. And I used to go teach children on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Saturday, I used to come back by the same bus and doing my university. So later on, I've got people to support me, to support my dream. And then I started the formal school. And that's how currently It's Humanity Foundation has 14 schools in all over Bangladesh, educating over 1,200 students with free education, healthcare, and food. Not only this, we are supporting their families with economic empowerment, financial stability, and all kind of facilities that we can give through our organization. Our organization is very inclusive. When we talk about quality education, inclusivity, we just don't limit ourselves to in our boundaries or in our limits or in our comfort zone. We have started a school on top of the mountain, which requires a 2.5-hour trekking just to get there, where there is no internet, no water and sanitation, no electricity. Just imagine that 2.5 hours you trek there just to teach children. We have 72 children from the southern community on top of the mountain, and it's a tribal community called Tonjonga in Bangla. We have school in the remote island. We call in Bangla, it's Chor area. It's a remote island where we set up a school in the community of 4,000 people. And there's about 140 students are getting education from there. So these are the few photos. You see the faces of the children. The schools on the top, that's on top of the mountain. The other school is in the remote island, which requires to either the 6 months you have to take the boat to get there or the cow cart to get there in the summer. So that's how, that shows the reflection of the school. So from as we said, we don't limit ourselves into the education, but we're also supporting the families of the students, because these are the families where the father is the only earning member, and still in the rural areas, women are restricted with work. So what we did, we bring the work at home. We started providing the crafting training to the women in the rural community and helping them to commercialize their products and their work in the different medias, offline and online. You see all the work. I don't know if you heard about the rickshaw art. How many of you heard about the rickshaw art, which is just recently been recognized by the UNESCO as the World Heritage? And we are working with we are promoting rickshaw arts, folk arts, and cinema arts from Bangladesh and taking it to the global stage. And all the hand works that we are doing with the rural community women. So beside this, we also work with the different resilience program, especially setting up water tubules, setting up water system. Like we have settled one water system on the top of the mountain where they had required the 3 hours of journey every day just to get the 5 to 10 liter water. Now, every day we are storing 5,000 liter water on the top of the mountain where the 500 people are getting access to the clean water. We are also doing the economic empowerment, providing different economic inventories to the women, setting up the toilets, providing the means of transportations to support their financial needs. So these are the recent works that we have done with the climate actions. You know, Bangladesh is quite vulnerable in climate. And recently we had a severe flood where IHF has taken an initiative to support over 50,000 families in Bangladesh with different aid relief medications. So, and through this, we have launched a newly initiative called Amar Bag, which is my bag. And that's especially designed for the climate vulnerable women to support their 1 month of hygiene kit, so that if there is any disaster, that we can provide this Amar Bag to the women so that they can support their hygiene at least for a month. So, and a Sponsor a Child program is one of the programs that that brings majority of the funding to humanity foundations. Currently, out of 1,200 students, 600 students have got sponsorship, and we are constantly working to bring in more. That's why we have registered our charity under the Charity Commissions of UK to raise more awareness and funds in the United Kingdom and also in the Europe. And these are the few recognitions, as I say, like recognition matters, appreciation matters, and that gives us more way to work. So thank you so much for listening to us and for the wonderful panel and having us and giving us the opportunity to talk about its Humanity Foundation and our work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adnan, raising, again, so many important questions in terms of the role of non-profits and also having to step in when the state absolves sometimes its responsibilities. So I'm sure we have lots of questions. We're now moving on to our next speaker. Thank you, Alisa. Alisa Abdelgalil is an information systems student and the CEO and founder of the Kalimat Palestina, a non-profit dedicated to enhancing education and empowering youth and women in Palestine. Growing up in Palestine, Alisa launched the non-profit at just 15 years old as a small initiative. How inspirational. Over the years, it has expanded and received official licensing from the ministry with a focus on unrepresented communities and gender equality. It is committed to driving educational progress and societal change, leveraging technology to inspire impactful development, despite now under such terrible genocidal conditions. Thank you, Alisa.
Thank you so much for the great introduction. Your Excellencies, professors, esteemed delegates, بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ونحن نحب الحياة إذا ما استطعنا إليها سبيلا. We love life if we find a way to it. A famous verse by the renowned Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish. The picture behind me was taken after undergoing multiple checkpoints, yet you can still see me, my grandfather and my brother Muhammad smiling, looking forward eagerly to perform our prayers in Al-Aqsa Mosque. This is what it means to be Palestinian. Before reaching Al-Aqsa, my younger self would often find her gaze drawn to the harsh childhood realities in the narrow lanes of Jerusalem. I didn't fully grasp the world around me. All I knew is that I was looking forward to reach Al-Aqsa Mosque, to this mission of reaching Al-Aqsa Mosque from Ramallah. I have taken such path since the day I was born. And when I say since the day I was born, I mean that quite literally. That's baby me. After my mother had to also cross several checkpoints from Ramallah, where my grandmother resides, to Jerusalem. I had to be brought to this world in Jerusalem, since that is how my father registered me due to his ID's tattoo. Long story short, this baby grew up, obviously, and realized that it's quite unusual for women and children to cross checkpoints. It was when I started comparing the childhood I see and experience to the childhood I watch in movies when I realized that something was profoundly wrong. At the age of 14, I faced the reality of leaving my comfort zone, my home and family to a boarding school outside of Palestine. While this decision was very hard to make at this age, it was also considered to be a privilege for the first time to experience what real childhood could be like. That 1 year abroad changed me. I was introduced to the SOUL concept, self-organized learning environment, a method that empowers individuals to research and find reliable answers. I gained knowledge and opportunities that many in my country would only dream of. despite having the same potential I had and even a greater potential. Inspired by this experience, I returned back to Palestine, determined to share the privilege I had with other children. I wanted to give Palestinian children a glimpse of what real childhood looked like. At the age of 15, I founded Kalimat Palestiniya, which translates to Palestinian words, a nonprofit dedicated to the empowerment and education of Palestinian children. Through a series of structured sessions, children were trained to utilize tablets to enable them to rediscover their sense of purpose and prioritize education above all else. Over the years, our project expanded. We organized Humanity Football in collaboration with great soccer academies like Real Madrid, empowering children at the Augusta Victoria Hospital. We also sponsored children at the Augusta Victoria Hospital. And coming to the most touching experience is the 41 Shoes project. Through a summer camp I co-founded with my father in Jerusalem, we invited talented children from Gaza to Jerusalem, giving them the opportunity to showcase their skills. While touring the city, I saw the wonder in their eyes, looking at shoes they had never seen before due to the restrictions on Gaza. To them, these shoes were symbols of hopes and steps closer to their dreams. Through Kalimat Palestiniya, we ensured they received these shoes. It took time to find a way to deliver them to Gaza, but eventually we succeeded, giving 41 young heroes a reason to believe in their future. Our mission continues to grow. Currently, we are working on building women's toilets in Gaza to improve sanitation and dignity for women. We are working on developing educational systems tailored to the current challenging circumstances in Gaza and constructing tents for children and their families. What began as a small initiative run by a 15-year-old evolved into a licensed nonprofit recognized by the Palestinian Ministry of Economy. My story is just one of million Palestinian resilience stories. My journey has taught me that we are part of something bigger. Each of us has a role to play in this fight. There were moments where I felt helpless, especially after the escalation of recent events. I was questioning whether my work was really impactful, doubting my abilities, and even hearing others questioning my vision. But I refused to let those doubts define me. Don't let others dictate your narrative. Be resilient like the children that danced through the rubbles in Gaza. There's always a way to contribute to the Palestinian cause and to any cause in this world. My way was through كلمات فلسطينية. ونحن نحب الحياة إذا ما استطعنا إليها سبيلا. We love life if we find a way to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alisa. And just the reminder that the most important human right that we have in the existing liberal order, should these states not forget, is the right to life. So thank you for that. We now move on to our final speaker, Arib.
Hi.
Thank you. Arib Siddiqui is the founder and CEO of Kestri, a software that helps Muslims to grow their wealth without compromising on their beliefs. Since launching in 2021, Kestri has helped thousands across the UK, Malaysia, and UAE through its consumer app, as well as a software for any bank looking to appeal to Muslim customers. Before starting Kestri, Arib was a management consultant working at PwC and Deloitte, where he specialized in developing fintech solutions for banks and wealth managers. He holds an MBA from the University of Cambridge and a BSc in physics from the University College London. Thank you, Arib.
Thank you so much. That's going to be quite a hard act to follow, my three last speakers, but I will do my best. So hi, assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Arib Siddiqui. And as I was introduced, I am indeed the founder and the CEO of Kestrel. But I'm also a Cambridge MBA, a former management consultant, and a extremely financially conflicted Muslim. And it turns out I'm not alone. There's over 5 million people like me in the UK and 25 million living in the Western world who really, really struggle when it comes to their finances and really feel guilty every time they have to use one of these. Now, I'm sure most of you are aware, but the problem for a Muslim is that interest is entirely forbidden, which makes doing something as simple as opening a savings account or taking out a mortgage tantamount to committing a major sin. And it's part of the big reason why Muslims in this country are so affected. Over 50% of Muslims, according to a 2023 survey by Muslim Census, live in poverty, either going to food banks or struggling to pay at least one of their regular essential bills. And this was a particularly difficult pill for me to swallow because I was living and working in the city of London, making a living from this, and feeling like I was having to build solutions for people that basically people like me couldn't actually use and engage with. So a bit about me, my background. I studied physics at UCL, and then like most scientists in the city, I ended up not doing anything with it and going and working for the likes of Deloitte and PwC, where I helped big companies, the likes of HSBC, Invesco, Nutmeg, to actually come up with their own fintech and financial services strategies, building these solutions that were so entrenched in interest or riba that I could never use them myself. So I got pretty fed up of that. I thought I need to try and find a new way forward. I didn't know what that was. I took a year out and I applied to a number of MBAs and ended up going to Cambridge, which was a fantastic year of my life, but a lot of things happened. But the main thing was I ended up meeting this guy, Daing Tirmizi, who's from Malaysia. Daing had spent his entire career working in Islamic banking out in Malaysia, where it was pretty much the norm. And we thought there has to be a way where we can combine our experiences, mine in fintech and strategy, and his in Islamic banking, to solve a problem experienced by over 5 million Muslims in the UK alone. So we started out by doing a nationwide survey. We went around the country interviewing 3,000 Muslims, figuring out, do they actually care about this problem? Do they understand that there is a problem, or was it just something I was feeling? And indeed, we found that 95% of Muslims actually strongly desired an Islamic alternative to the conventional services that were in front of them. Despite this, only 3% of people were actually engaging in them. Now, there are, of course, Islamic banks in this country, and you may recognize some of the names behind me, seeing them on the high streets in East London or near Kensington. However, the vast majority of Muslims do not actually engage with them due to poor customer service, terrible user experiences, and much higher fees. And it was basically out of this frustration that Kestrel was born. Kestrel's mission is to help people to grow their wealth without having to compromise, whether it's on their beliefs, on user experience, or on price. We do that with our consumer app, which leverages a really interesting technology that we have here in the UK. It's not in enough countries in the world, called open banking, which means it doesn't matter what bank account you're using. You can plug it directly into our consumer app, and we can use that data to create a financial plan just for you, starting out with a budget to figure out how much of your salary you can and should be saving, actually helping you to put that into action, asking you what you want to save for, whether it's a holiday, a car, or to go on Hajj, and then we'll make sure you're actioning that and pulling in the money automatically. Crucially, we then linked you with Sharia-compliant savings and investment products, and we built a bunch of Sharia faith-aligned features as well, like an auto zakat calculator and a Sharia stock screening tool. This was going really well. We had about 50,000 active users, but we encountered some pretty dark days as well. We'd fundraised just enough to get this off the ground and launch our app, but we hadn't quite cracked monetization. It was a very dark time where we had only about 3 months left of money in the bank, and we had all of these developers, and we were running a service that many people were actually enjoying, but we didn't really know what we were going to do from there. And from a personal perspective, it was very difficult. We had people working for us that I wanted to maintain. I just got married, so this seemed like a very silly thing to be doing. And then something really interesting happened. Bank Islam, the largest Islamic bank in Malaysia, reached out and said that they liked what we were doing. Could we white label our service and give it to them to help them to launch a new digital bank? So naturally, we said yes. And that fundamentally transformed what Kestrel was doing. It didn't change the mission. The mission was still helping Muslims to grow their wealth. But we were not just a Muslim money app focused here in the UK. We were now a software for any bank that wanted to better serve their Muslim customers. So since we launched that in 2021, we've come some way. Like I said, the 50,000 active users still there on our consumer app. We have 3 major banks that we serve. We've raised some money and we've raised some revenue. And we've also done a podcast called Muslim Money Talks. So if anyone's interested, do tune into that. But yeah, that's about it really. It's our ambition to one day power every Islamic bank in the world to ensure that no one ever again has to choose between their faith and their finances. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Arib, for another fascinating presentation. I'm going to open up to the floor rather than just me, because as an academic, I could spend all time asking questions. But before doing so, Sara has to leave because she's, as she said, she's on her way to Saudi Arabia. So you need to go straight away? Yes. Okay. So just a round of applause to Sara. Okay, thank you so much. Have a safe trip. And we look forward to keeping in touch. Okay, so thank you. An excellent set of presentations. So just very briefly, I just wanted to emphasize the importance, obviously, we have on young people leading the future within Muslim and also contributing to non-Muslim societies within diasporic, majority and minority communities. To me, the work that's been done and their contribution in politics, social, cultural development, economics demonstrates the way in which Muslim communities can engage with the debates and the problems that were highlighted in the earlier sessions, polycrisis, the multiple challenges we currently face, and also, actually, the crisis in democracy. It's not just a crisis of international law, and I say that as a lawyer, but it's a crisis in the existing social liberal order, I think, that raises important questions. And the challenges in terms of the double standards, the contradictions, and the way in which often the West defines what we understand by human rights, justice, and equality. And also the conditions, the very difficult conditions, and let's not forget that obviously the genocidal conditions that the Palestinians are going through today and continue to go through, which is a crisis on the existing social political order and really is a testimony to the way in which human rights are being undermined actively. So those are some of my thoughts without dominating the panel, which I can easily do as an academic. I'd like to open up to the floor for questions, insights. Thank you. We have a question there. And if you can just briefly just give us your name too.
Okay, assalamu alaikum. My name's Khalid. I work in banking, so I was interested to hear what Arib had to say. So my question is directed to Arib. I guess I think, from my perspective, I think one of the main issues amongst the Muslim community in this country, beyond lack of options, is also financial literacy. I think many within the Muslim community are probably at risk of falling into traps for various scams or schemes of things which seem like maybe some sort of Sharia-compliant investment or vehicle, and it's a Ponzi scheme or it's someone doing some sort of scam. And I think, unfortunately, those are often coming from within the community as well. But I think, how do we raise the level of financial literacy within our community so that people can be involved, you know? Because I don't know how many people know about the product that you offer, because I think that's something which obviously loads would benefit from. But the general lack of financial literacy means that not everyone's going to have access, not everyone's going to be aware. Instead, they're going to, you know, follow someone in their local area who's going to lead them down a rabbit hole, and, you know, we know what happens next. So, thank you.
Thank you for that question, Khalid. Arib, would you like to respond to that? And then we'll...
Is this working?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, really good question and very timely, of course. I think just a week ago, there was a massive Ponzi scheme that was revealed where I think over £10 million of people's money was just lost. And unfortunately, a Muslim community raised event. So yeah, very timely question. In terms of what we do a twofold approach. I think online and physical are super key for this. So we do a lot of stuff on social media, from TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. That's really how you target the youth. A big part of our user base is between the ages of 18 to 21, actually, which shows that even though these people don't have a huge amount of wealth, there is a strong desire there for them to learn. And I think that's how it's going to eventually trickle up and affect future generations. The other thing that we're seeing a lot of good people do, like FIDA, Islamic finance gurus, is that they're going out into the communities and holding big events at places like East London Masjid, Regent's Park Mosque, and places up and down the country, which invites more senior people to actually engage in the discussion, where maybe the only access they've had, or the only idea of Islamic finance they've had, is just seeing Al Rayan Bank on the high street, but not really understanding beyond that. And really, I think we all need to advocate, especially in the charity sector, for this idea of radical transparency. So I think a lot of us have gotten away, a lot of charities as well, a lot of investments have gotten away with hiding fees and saying that they're doing one thing with the money when in reality 60% of it is going elsewhere. Zakat is a big part of this as well. So I think naturally Muslims today are much more skeptical when it comes to Islamic finance. We can't really blame us for being that way. But I think it means that we have to step up our game when it comes to marketing, FAQs and the like. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. But any other? Yes, we have a question at the back there. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm also Khalid, like the last questioner. The question is directed at Adnan Hussain. Really refreshing to hear a young Bangladeshi speak about the work that you're doing in Bangladesh. And we saw in the recent monsoon revolution, the July-August revolution in Bangladesh, which was led entirely by students, young people all across Bangladesh. And you have young people who are serving in the current interim administration. And this morning we heard that the majority of the global Muslim community are young people. And most of them are in the global south, in places like Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, and so on. So we see that in an increasingly globalized world, the opportunities available, let's say, in the tech sector, in the outsourcing, and so on and so forth, they can be done from anywhere in the world. So I want to hear from you how, in a place like Bangladesh, how they can access those opportunities that we are perhaps not seeing, from the Muslim youth around the world.
Thank you, Khalid, for your question. A very timely question because it's about youth. So, what happened in Bangladesh right now, I mean, the young people are the one who's creating jobs for the people who are above 40. They're taking different initiative, whether it's tech industry or RMG sector or any industry. They are taking lead, supporting the communities, creating more and more jobs in Bangladesh. And not only Bangladesh, this is also opening a door for all the Asian or the global young people coming to Bangladesh and working there. Because when there is more opportunity, there's more job, there's more people are coming to the country. In terms of how to connect those opportunities globally, is basically Bangladeshi youth are facilitating that opportunity through the tech industry, bringing the global platform in Bangladesh, and also collaborating with different global governance, global industries to exchange the knowledge and resources. And I believe that's how we are actually trading the knowledge and resources, by collaborating. Like we are sitting here through the panel, we had an amazing discussion that how we can collaborate our work in Palestine, Bangladesh, and also in Germany. With Savera, I was talking about how we can collaborate in terms of craft and creating more employment opportunity in Uzbekistan for Bangladeshi young people, and also in Bangladesh for the Uzbek artists. So these are the few initiatives I think we are taking it forward. Sitting in a small country like Bangladesh, with full of hope, resources, and knowledge, I think this is the time and year we are growing, we are flying, and we are collaborating globally. I think that meets your answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much. No, I'm going to abuse my position as chair now and ask a couple of questions, because this is what you get with some power when you're on the panel. Okay, I wanted to ask, bring in the question of the state, right? The role of government and state. And the question, first of all, to Sara, in terms of the amazing work that you do. So what do we do when the international liberal legal order not only provides hypocritical and contradictory outcomes in terms of issues of rights, international law, but how do marginalised or settler, those that are a victim of settler colonial states, how do you engage with the state in terms of the work that you do to provide the outcomes that you can potentially have? Okay, you know, in terms of the really difficult conditions that you're working under, what do you do? How do you engage with government and the state when it's so discriminatory and openly apartheid today in the West Bank, Palestine and Gaza? Just hold on there. Adnan, to you, what do you do in Bangladesh when effectively the state is absolving its responsibilities, right? One could argue that the NGO sector, the third sector, and we see it in the garment industry where corporates often will come in and fund the garment industry in terms of providing education through various schemes. So what do we do with the state then in terms of state responsibility? Does this kind of amazing work just work in parallel with the state, or does it actually challenge the very nature in the way in which the state is organised? So, thank you.
Definitely, it's quite challenging to do that, especially when you're living, like you said, under an apartheid, and you constantly don't only receive challenges or get challenges from the apartheid system you live under, but also from your own government.
Right.
There's even a funny story. When I went to license my nonprofit, I was only 19 at the time, and it just highlights how they underestimate the power of young people, and they want to silence young people. When I went to get it licensed, the person in the ministry told me, "What are you doing here? You're only 19. Go and do something else." But then I just kept coming again, and not giving up. I think the key is to pass on some hope, or sort of have a glimpse of hope to further fight. And being in a Palestinian community, to find this, let's say, sort of drive for resilience isn't something hard, because you're always surrounded by people that are actually resilient. And you look at them, for example, now I know some children that I used to work with in Gaza, they're studying when airstrikes are going on, and they don't care. They're just, we take a break for 5 minutes when the airstrike is going on, and then we go back to study. So when you constantly grow up with these kind of stories, when you see these kind of stories, you sort of have the drive to fight more. And of course, if you get some support from international community, like, for example, to have the platform to speak up, like I'm speaking here today, then that would certainly also give you the drive to not look at all the obstacles you would face on a daily basis, but rather keep fighting.
Thank you, Sara. And you're truly inspirational in terms of the work that you do. Thank you. Adnan, and then I also do have a question for Arib as well.
Thank you. If you talk about the governance in any country, I think it's very complicated, even in the United Kingdom or the United States of America. I think everywhere the young people have been underestimated. They haven't taken seriously. And I think this is why, if you look at Bangladesh right now, that we have multiple young people are in the government. They are taking lead in different ministries and running it very well, honestly. And what happened in July and August, and I think that's the collective effort of the entire young people of Bangladesh, and also the people who have been supporting their initiatives. Because at times, the young people have their own boundaries. And if you push their boundaries, they know how to break it. And that's what we are doing currently globally. If you look at the global crisis at the moment, it's the young people who are raising their voices. Conferences like this, or the platform like anything that we get the opportunity to talk about, we talk about our rights, we talk about our voices. And I really appreciate everyone sitting here listening us, because when we speak and when you listen, this is a collective effort to make a global change. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I go back to the floor, a question for Arib. So you started off your presentation saying that you have, or if I may have misunderstood you, but some kind of an existential crisis over being part of the corporate, commercial, making money world. How has the Western corporate commercial world reacted to this? Because I know in your presentation you had to go to a Muslim majority society in order for your app to be supported. But and then I guess what I'm really thinking, and I'm not saying, but I will say, is that aren't you just contributing to the existing social kind of inequalities in terms of being part and parcel of this systemic, global, neoliberal economic?
Yeah, really good questions.
We can go on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So in terms of the first part around the existential crisis, yeah, I suppose I did sort of feel that way. I felt like everything I was doing was ultimately meaningless, and it was less so about the sort of neoliberalism and capitalism. It was more that in the Quran, Allah tells us that war is literally being waged on anyone who engages in riba, which is a very, very scary thing when you think about it, because it's touching all of us in some way. Many of us have mortgages. Some of us are gaining interest on savings accounts, sometimes in our current accounts as well. Whether we like it or not, even money which is sat in a current account at Barclays or Monzo, the bank is making interest on that. There's not really a way of escaping that. So that's kind of what I was experiencing there, which is why I wanted to get away from it. The other part of your question, which was it, am I not just furthering this? To an extent, I don't think so at all. If Sharia finance or if Islamic finance is done in the way that it was meant to be done, and in the way that the scholars really opined on it, and the Ottoman Empire took it to another level, then it is really the ultimate way of ensuring and eliminating differences in society and making sure that, in terms of poverty alleviation, Islamic finance has its own welfare system completely built into that. There's statistics which show that if everyone paid zakat the way that they should, and if it were to be distributed, then it would get rid of world hunger like 3 times over, which are crazy statistics to take a look at. So if we do our jobs right and we try and move further and further away from a conventional financial system and more towards an Islamic finance one, then I'm hopeful, I'm not really contributing to the massive wheel I tried to move away from. The last part of your question, which was, how did people react to it? Which was interesting. So everyone was very supportive in the conventional space, from employers to investors. But when it came to people actually having to back it and put money behind it, everyone said the same thing. Is this not a niche, right? There's only a few Muslims, right? So how would this work? Which is a crazy thing when there's like 2 billion Muslims on the planet. So we felt that we had to fight even harder than other fintechs which were coming up at the time, like Monzo and Starling and Revolut, who they could go out there and raise, say, like 10 million in equity capital with just an idea. We had to show that we had a full team, something which was working, and we were making decent money before we could raise, even a small percentage of that. So that was an interesting thing. The other thing is our name, Kestrel. Kestrel is, does anyone know what a kestrel is? Yeah, it's a bird. Yeah, okay. A lot of people don't know that. So we called it Kestrel instead of like an Islamic name because we were worried. We were worried at people really coming at us or saying that this is too Islamic and it shouldn't work. And we thought, why don't we make this for non-Muslims as well? But something really interesting happened. Non-Muslims were coming to the page and seeing like a hint of halal and like running away. And then Muslims weren't really understanding it was for them because it wasn't super targeted towards them. So then we thought, let's just double down and do what we wanted to do, which was to be for Muslims, by Muslims, and ultimately an Islamic solution. So we rebranded to Kestrel, the Muslim Money app, which alhamdulillah has worked out for us so far.
Great, thank you so much for that, Arib. Question here. Thank you so much. Do we have time? Yeah. And we have one more question there. Yeah, first.
Hi, I'm Taslima. I've got a couple of questions. One for Alisar and also Arib. So the first one is, I mean, fantastic panel because we don't know about these change makers. What would you do, Alisar, to motivate the youth? That's one question. And for Arib, the question was, you talked about charities and transparency. One of the things that I've found, and maybe others, when they donate to Palestine, is that actually the GoFundMe, or those channels are actually going against us. They withhold funds. What would you be able to do to help those? So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Just because of the interest of time, we're going to take the next question and then the panel. Okay. There was a hand up here. Yes, can we have a... Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Abdullahi. This question is more directed towards Arib, but fantastic panel. Thank you very much for giving us your time, all of you. So if sort of your app, which is a brilliant idea, is so good, and I'm not saying this in a sort of a antagonistic way, but why don't we see more Muslims participating in it if it's much more oriented away from riba, as you mentioned, and the concept of mortgage and interest-based finance? And also the second part of my question would be, how would we, as there's so many humanitarian crises around the world, Sudan and Congo and Syria and Palestine foremost, how do we sort of bring that into the Muslims' mind, especially in the West, when considering finances, when they're considering their finances and how to split their finances? Like how would you adjust your app or your vision in order for them to consider different humanitarian crises in the world when they're sort of considering their finances? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those questions. If the speakers where the questions were directed could respond to them, but then I also want to give an opportunity to all of you in the end just to give a few kind of closing remarks. But we'll start with the questions that were directed. So, yes.
So thank you for your question. I think it's very important to encourage the youth. What Adnan said in his speech is that as a young person, when you receive more appreciation for your work, you sort of have more drive to do something bigger and to not stop. And what is sad about Palestine is that you don't get often appreciation or even a platform to speak. I remember being on an event once in Palestine, which was TEDx Changemakers, and there I started my public speaking career, and it was only that event. Afterwards, before that, I've never seen a platform for young people to speak or to appreciate the work they're doing. We rather even question whether they can actually do it or not. We always underestimate their power. So to encourage the Palestinian youth, I would definitely give them more platform to speak up, show them that they can do more and appreciate their work. And as an international community, what you can do is, now that, for example, you know someone from Palestine, I'd happily introduce the people to young people, to other young people, other inspirational young people that could also raise their voice to the outside world. So I would say that we need to be given more chances to speak and to have our work appreciated in order to not stop.
With that, Alistair. Okay.
Okay, right. So I'll address this lady's question first. So just to remind myself, the question was around how, I think you were referring to some things that have happened recently where people have been donating to charities through their banks, and either the banks have blocked those transactions. So I think that happened with Revolut, NatWest, and Barclays, as well as a few others, I'm sure. Yeah. So people actually ended up with those transactions blocked, or the banks actually debanked them and kicked them out of their platforms entirely. So that's something that was part of the inspiration behind Kestrel as well. Eventually, what we want to do is we want to partner with. There are Islamic banks here. Like I said, I showed some of those logos there earlier. If we can partner and give them the technology that we have, we can enable and actually prevent those sort of debanking structures which exist for people with an Arabic-sounding name or who are donating towards a cause in Palestine, for example. So that is something that we're actively working on at the moment. In terms of making sure that the money actually gets to where it's going, we're looking at partnering with some specific charities. We need to be quite careful on this. The reason I mentioned charities before is because we were looking into a number of them, and there were discrepancies between how much they said was going towards their admin fees and marketing, and then when you really dove into the numbers, it turns out a much larger chunk was actually going into those. And there was a very well-known charity, actually, which was doing all kinds of things with their funds, like actually investing it into crypto and major corporations, which have actually been involved with the genocide in some way. So, yeah, I think it's something that we need to be very, very careful of. So I don't advocate for just like onboarding any sort of charity which says they're doing something for Palestine, because like you say, there have been some pretty bad cases. What I do personally is I know people who go there regularly on the ground and privately have just been sending things through there, but we want to do that on scale for people, so we're trying to figure something out.
Great. Ariba, I'm so sorry, we're running out of time. If you can just quickly respond, because I will be getting into trouble very quickly.
Sorry, can't have that. To the gentleman's question, which was why don't more Muslims use these sorts of services? We're actually seeing a huge, almost like renaissance of interest in Islamic, well, not interest, but increase in interest in Islamic finance right now, especially amongst the youth. So at Kestrel, we've seen huge demand over on our side, especially through some of the partner banks that we use in Malaysia, UAE, and Saudi. Some of our friends in the space, like FIDA, they have a wait list like 50,000 people long. Then that's for their mortgage type products. So, I'd say we're seeing another side of it. The other thing, which just to kind of end on, just very quickly. So we found that Muslims are actually far more interested right now in the very emotive issue of boycotting than they are in necessarily avoiding interest. So one thing which we are launching in a couple of weeks is a boycott tracker. So for the first time, every time you spend, we can actually instantly see whether that company is on the BDS boycotting list. So we can highlight that and make sure you're divesting as much of your salary as possible.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you to our amazing, inspirational young people on this panel. I think it's safe to say that the future is with our young people, that we need to invest in our young people, make sure that we hear their voices, and they are providing us with a template to a future that is focused on rights, humanity, justice, and equality. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, welcome back for our final session today on the Global Green Agenda, which is chaired by Dr. Saad Qasim, who is a lecturer in anthropology and climate change at SOAS, specializing in climate change in the Bengal Delta. Before pursuing his PhD at the University of Virginia, he worked with the multilateral development agencies on sustainability and climate change. He co-founded a collective focused on political ecology and autonomous research to challenge mainstream narratives surrounding development-induced destruction in ecologically fragile areas. Since September 2022, Dr. Qasim has been teaching at SOAS, where he also convenes the MA program in Global Futures and Sustainability. Dr. Qasim.
Thank you for the introduction. It's an honor to be sitting in front of you with this august set of participants in this panel on the Global Green Agenda. Before we start with the questions and we hear from the panelists, let me just take the honor of introducing you to our panelists. So first off, on the screen, we have Nuhad Awad. Nuhad Awad is the Ummah for Earth campaigner and global outreach coordinator at Greenpeace Middle East and North Africa, recognized for her leadership in climate activism and youth empowerment. And she is also the founder of the Arab Youth Climate Movement in Lebanon, participating in several of the COPs over the years. And in 2021, she was honored by UN Women as a top 30 global climate leader. Nuhad integrates climate resilience with equality and inspires global action. Second to Nuhad, we have Dr. Shana Shah, and he is the director for Faith for the Climate, a network of different participants who are engaged with the climate using faith-based research mechanisms. Additionally, he's also conducting research for the Information Network focus on religious movements and independent educational charity based out of King's College, London, very near to here. Next to Dr. Shannon Shah is Dr. Asif Munaf, who's the founder, model Muslim, and former Apprentice contestant, the BBC show Apprentice, and Dr. Munaf was one of the apprentices, I suppose. Right. He is a medical doctor by training, but he specializes now on wellness and entrepreneurship, and and accordingly is the founder of Model Muslim, where he empowers Muslim men to develop holistic lifestyles grounded in Islamic principles. Dr. Munaf focuses on sustainability and holistic wellness as Muslims with an obligation to the environment as much needed. Next to him, next to Dr. Asif Munaf, is Misbah Khan, who's a journalist with a health and environment reporter with the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. Previously, she worked on investigations for ITV, Channel 4, and Channel 5. More recently, she's been working on the Wounds That Won't Heal project, which aims to document the stories of people from around the world that are directly affected by the growing threat of antimicrobial resistance. And at the last but not least, we have Aisha Gulmia, who's a sustainability advocate and smallholder. As a physicist, Aisha looked forward to a life in corduroys, but moved into IT practice speaking German. She gained an RAF flying scholarship and marksmanship. At Norton Rose Fulbright, she managed the Muslim network promoting awareness of Islam and our responsibility to tackle human rights, climate change, and the refugee crisis. Aisha is a trustee for Utrujj, where she believes in cultivating exemplary Islamic character. With this august set of panelists, let me begin the dialogue right now with all of you. And I think the first question we have when we talk about the Global Green Agenda is what it is. Now, different sets of people across the world would think of the Global Green Agenda differently. But over here, since this is a conference on Muslim leadership, why don't we focus the question on that? What does Muslim leadership exactly have to do with the global green order, with the global green agenda? What is it? We hear about the green agenda coming out, a Green New Deal being signed in the United States, but Allah knows what will happen with Trump now. But over here we have a New Deal. The EU has a Green New Deal. So there are new deals happening in superpowers and in other parts of the world. But the question is, how can Muslim leadership reflect on a new global green agenda? So let's start with with the simple question, based on your work, distinguished panelists, based on your work, how do you define what the global green agenda is, or what the green agenda is in your realm of work? And what is Muslim leadership? And how can it contribute to the global green agenda? So without further ado, can we have Nuhad Awad let us know about her thoughts on this? Nuhad, on to you.
Thank you, first of all, for the introduction. And thank you for your question. I would like to share a PowerPoint where I can talk about what we are doing in Ummah for Earth and how we are contributing to the, let's say, global green agenda. And the new Green Deal that's happening in Europe, I think it's also our time and our turn in the MENA region to have one, especially with all of the circumstances that we are facing. There is a lot to be done in the renewable energy arena and other places that needs to investigation from that perspective. So if you allow me, I will start sharing my screen. And Ummah for Earth is an alliance-led project. We aim to create a climate movement within Muslim communities. And why? Because we found that it is the best way to talk to people through their hearts, through their values. Some people have cultural values, some people have religious values. So we said if we talk to them through their beliefs and mobilize them through the Islamic values that asks them to protect the environment, we'll be able to create a climate movement within different stakeholders. We started as 5 organizations: Greenpeace, Middle East and North Africa, our office also in Indonesia, Global One, Islamic Relief Worldwide, and IFIS Eco-Islam. These 5 organizations now, they are more than 40. We are 43 individual and organizational allies working together to create this climate movement, to protect the most vulnerable people, those that are affected by climate change, and also to raise the voice of youth and make them heard on international conferences. So we aim to serve and achieve climate justice. We did our values as characters. We have here Khalifa from the word Khilafa. Stewardship, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, قال إني جاعل في الأرض خليفة. So as a steward of earth, it's our duty to protect this earth, to keep the balance. And here comes Mazen, who is from the word al-Mizan, the balance. So in order to achieve a sustainable future, we need to preserve the ecological balance, and we need to take initiatives that helps in achieving that, so we can pass the word to future generations. All of this need to be taken and thought of in a wise way. And for here we have the character Hakima, which has the deep knowledge of Islamic values and the deep knowledge of science and the deep knowledge of environmental theories. And they all come together to say that we as Muslims have solutions in our hand, and we need to work on that. We work on 3 levels. One of the levels that we work on is advocacy for policy change. We have been participating since COP26. We participate in a climate march, and last year we had demands for COP28 leaders, and this year we had demands for COP29 faith leaders, and last year also for faith leaders, in order to ask them to work and ask the political leaders to take concrete and fast action for the climate urgency. And here you can see Dr. Husna giving a copy of the demands last year. And the most important thing about and how we work is the inclusive decision making that we have. Like, we have a steering committee where we take decisions, and each organization is present there, and mostly there are women there. So you feel that, I don't want to say that's a woman-led alliance, but most of the people in the decision-making process are women. So, and it is inclusive, and we try to include also, we have youth organizations, we have faith organizations, we have environmental organizations, and each has a voice, and we have a monthly alliance sessions where we implement the plans that we agreed on, and we take that further. And in addition to that, we signed this year, before the COP29 interfaith statement, and also we signed at the beginning of this year, around March, the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty as an alliance. So we try to work on different perspectives in the policy arena in order to protect those people that are suffering from the adverse effect of climate change. In addition to this, we work on a community level. So in COP26, we added with a fund from our ally Islamic Relief Worldwide, with the UK office, around 120 panels on the Glasgow Central Mosques. This was after launching the report that shows that was done by Ummah for Earth and the American University of Beirut, and shows the importance of turning mosques on solar energy. Also, for the past 4 years, we have been doing community-led initiatives in Jordan. So the first 2 years were marches, youth marches that goes from Amman, which is a Jordan capital, to Al-Aqaba, and for 3 days march where different activities happen, like cycling, also workshops happen. So youth are more aware of climate change. For the last 2 years, due to the situation and the war in Palestine and the war in Gaza on the people of Gaza, we did a reforestation. So the last year was a reforestation of the Bean Natural Reserve, and this year it was a reforestation for another reserve in Jordan. So by this, we show the importance of planting trees from a faith perspective. Why? Because we all know that planting is a false solution, but we all also know that Prophet Muhammad said that it's a doomsday and you have a plantation in your hand and a seed in your hand, then there is a need to plant it. So this is the background of it. We also, I said that we work on policy, we work on community-led initiative, and the most important part is that we work on education and awareness. We do all of the year on a weekly basis, either 2 or 3 posts and sometimes more, educational posts that raise awareness on the topics related to climate change. Not only that, and by using social media, we worked with our ally Bahu Trust in UK, and we did a guide to an eco-conscious Ramadan, and it's translated to Arabic. Well, it shows how we can, during this holy month, live our life more green and more in harmony with nature by having a green iftar and by fasting and doing things like cycling and stopping using our cars and all of the other things related to water reservation, to energy reservation, and different topics were discussed in the guide, and even there were discussed the type of food when you are eating. So Prophet Muhammad used to have 1/3 for food, 1/3 for water, and 1/3 for air. And so no need to overconsume and no need to use plastic on our iftar, and no need to have a fancy iftars where different types of food is wasted. Other things that, like our ally in Indonesia, Dr. Fakhruddin Mahunjaya, worked on a book called Last Generation. We translated it to English and Arabic, and it's available on our website, Ummah for Earth, of course, for free. So this book shows that solutions are within our hand, and there is a link between practical environmental knowledge and Islamic scientific theory. I want to talk here more. I have few slides on this topic, which is the Green Guide for Hajj and Umrah. And I think this is one of the things that can feed in the Green Deal. And this is the Green Guide that was developed around 12 years ago by Dr. Husna, and we worked around 4 years ago with Dr. Husna to do the second version of it, and we launched it in English and in Arabic. It provides pilgrims, it provides governments, it provides companies and travel agencies with tips on how to do a green pilgrim and how to do a green Umrah. And not only that, it has recommendations, and it is very holistic approach in order to do this trip in a way that does not harm the nature, and in order to clean ourselves and purify ourselves from inside and outside. So currently it's available in English, Arabic, Indonesian, Bahasa, and Malaysian language. And also currently it's under translation for 4 other languages: French, Turkish. Yes.
MashaAllah. Thank you for providing us with this green guide for Hajj and Umrah. I think it would be useful for a lot of us as we travel through. But at the moment, we're out of time, so can we move on to the next panelist? With the next questions, you can present your slides once again. Thank you so much. This was very learnative. Dr. Shannon Shah, please, what is Muslim leadership, as Nuhat has been talking about, right? Talking about her through. Please also walk us through your work and how you look at Muslim leadership for a global green agenda.
I think the best way that I can address this prompt is by just telling you how I spent my morning, which is part of my work. I spent my morning with around 15 young Muslims in their early 20s to mid-20s who were participating in a 6-week program by Islamic Relief on how to become campaigners for Islamic Relief UK. And I was invited to deliver a session with them this morning on developing a campaign for Ramadan next year. So Islamic Relief has Eco-Ramadan campaigns every year. So it was about getting these young campaigners to think about what they could do for Ramadan in 2025. Why was I invited? to an Islamic Relief workshop? Well, it's because Islamic Relief UK is one of the main partners and stakeholders of Faith for the Climate, the organization which I lead. Now, Faith for the Climate works with any faith group at all in the UK that wants to take any kind of action to address the climate emergency. So these could be from people of faith who are involved in direct action movements like Extinction Rebellion, who want to hold just direct actions or protests or stunts, or it can be with people who want to petition their MPs or write to their local councils. So it's kind of an umbrella network that supports anyone that wants to take any kind of action on the climate crisis based on the deepest callings of their faith, the deepest ways in which they engage with their faith, whatever that might be. So that's why Islamic Relief invited me to run this workshop from the perspective of Faith for the Climate. So what I'm giving you now is my own perspective from where I'm sitting. I am an immigrant to the UK. I'm a Muslim from Malaysia. I came here in 2010, and I lead this very, very multi-faith network of faith activists on climate. In fact, two of our amazing trustees are here, Professor Jagbir Juti Johal, whom you would have heard from earlier today, and Dr. Husna Ahmed, who is a powerhouse and has organized all of this with her team. So thank you so much for giving us a platform. So just to tell you what the global green agenda should have, what are the core ingredients of a global green agenda, I think I got from this group this morning. And I would dare to say, if anyone calls a green agenda global or green, and it doesn't have these core ingredients, I don't think it's a global green agenda. And I think we should just disregard it. So the first principle is, every single one of them, when I asked them what they cared about, so it wasn't me delivering things to them, right? It was me asking them, what do you care about? What do you know about climate? What does your faith tell you as a Muslim? What do you want to do about this? All of them talked about how climate change is an issue of injustice. They all talked about how it has historically been caused by colonialism and capitalism, and this is why people in the global majority are suffering the worst impacts of climate change now, even though they have done the least to cause it. They talked about environmental racism. They talked about the role played by fossil fuel companies and also the governments and financial institutions that enable them to keep destroying the environment while denying that they're destroying the environment. They talked about food systems and famine. They talked about water. They talked about land. So all these are ingredients of justice that for them meant that climate change is not a scientific issue. It's not an environmental issue primarily. It's a moral issue. It's an issue of injustice. And they were drawing upon concepts that they are familiar with as Muslims: Tawheed, Khilafah, Amana, Mizan. So they were drawing upon these principles to talk about climate as an issue of justice. Sorry. Yeah, I realize. I'll wrap up in a minute. This is just a taste. The other thing that I will say is they don't just see climate as an issue on its own. Many of them are part of this workshop because they are really concerned about what's going on in Gaza. But from our discussion, a lot of them said, well, what's going on in Gaza is not just, as the International Court of Justice says, plausible risk of genocide. It's also ecocide. And the companies that are profiting from it, from what's going on in Gaza, are the same companies that profit from climate disaster, such as banks like Barclays Bank or oil companies like BP, right? So, but at the same time, they're not just directing their criticism outwards. As young Muslims, some of them were saying, but what about some of the state-owned oil and gas companies such as Saudi Aramco? Boom, we had a discussion about what it means as a Muslim to also hold our own institutions and our own leaders and spokespersons accountable. So the final thing I will say, and I will wrap up with this point, is that if we're talking about a global green agenda and what Muslim leaders can do about it is, first of all, in this room this morning, we had examples of intergenerational co-creation of knowledge. Right? So I wasn't delivering things to people. I was asking people to share what they knew and what they wanted to do as well. These are all young people in their 20s. I'm in my 40s. It's intergenerational learning. Why am I doing these workshops for them? Because in Malaysia, when I got involved in the human rights and environmental justice movement, I was mentored by people who were 10, 20, 30 years older than me. So if this kind of intergenerational learning is not part of a global green agenda, it's not worth anything, I think. And finally, we need to transcend a kind of nationalistic idea of what global cooperation looks like. Because we think in terms of nation states, when we think about things like the UN negotiations, what the US is doing, what the UK is doing, what Pakistan is doing. In that room were Muslims of many different backgrounds, from many different countries of origin, talking together in this small space in Waterloo, right? So it's a very local phenomenon. But they are connected to so many communities around the world, showing us that faith is one of those things that makes us think about global cooperation in a very different way from the standard nation-state model that we have in so many international negotiations, right? So I have a lot more to say, but I will stop there for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we, Dr. Asif Munaf? Thank you. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yes, a lot to unpack. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. So I'll be quick, inshallah. I want to set the scene first, and I'm sure some of you already know these stats, but these are on top of my head. Without any caffeine, I'm tired, so I'm going to try and recall them from memory. 2 billion tons, yes, 2 billion tons of waste is produced annually. And that's projected to rise to 3 billion by 2030. So in the next decade. Half of this is environmentally unprocessable, 50%. And 64 million deaths are attributed to toxic pollution. You mentioned earlier colonialism. Have you heard of the term toxic colonialism? Where the West generally, or the North, the global North, makes up less than 20% of the world's population. For instance, America is only 4% of the world's population, yet produces 25% of the world's carbon emissions. And these significantly impact poorer communities in America. And mentioning London locally as well, it is the BAME communities which are impacted most by pollution. Asthma, you may have seen the first death reportable to asthma from congestion in London was 2 years ago. Was a young lady who was originally from Mali, I believe, West Africa. She died of asthma, and that was the first attributable death to fumes from cars causing a death due to asthma. So some more stats. We talk about landfill sites, we talk about municipal waste, but Nohad mentioned Ramadan. If any of you have been to a buffet in Ramadan in a Muslim country in the Middle East, you've seen the waste. And we know waste or excess is mentioned in the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, those who are wasteful are friends of the devils. This is in the Quran explicitly saying that. And in Islam, waste is called israf. It is called excess, israf. And we are the ummah of wasatiyah. Wasatiyah meaning the middle path. So we are not miserly, nor are we the ummah of excess. But we're seeing in Muslim majority nations both external excess. So you go to Pakistan, where I'm from, or you go to other parts of Asia, you go to Southeast Asia, you go to West Africa, where there's a lot of Muslim population. You see plastic waste from Muslims. You see Muslims finishing at the masjid and throwing bananas on the floor. Same Muslims that just prayed. And we mentioned purity here. What about environmental purity? You go on Hajj, you go on Umrah to purify yourself. Tahara is half of our deen, but then the same people are throwing plastic bottles on the floor and paper waste. So this is external waste, but internally, I want to, as a doctor and as a fitness coach, I run a community called the Model Muslim. And we try to empower men. Why men? Because Nohad mentioned as well, at these climate protests, it's mainly women. SubhanAllah. Men are very inactive, very, passive when it comes to their own health, firstly, and secondly, environmental change. So the model Muslim is our online community. Alhamdulillah, we've got brothers from across the world, from Canada, from Philippines, Thailand, Malaysia, Pakistan, etc., who we empower to live sustainably through the Sunnah. Because the Prophet ﷺ, you could say, was the first person in history to bring climate change into the mainstream. Because in Sunan Ibn Majah, it's narrated from him that even if you're at a fresh stream, do not waste water. Now this is in the middle of the Arabian desert. Imagine someone saying, hypothetically, even if you are at a flowing stream, do not waste water. So this gives us the necessary blueprint how to live our lives in accordance with not even wasting water. So imagine wasting food. And this ties in with the Quran as well. Do not waste. And secondly, we must be conscious of our consumption. We all like fruits from different parts of the world, but the Quran teaches us to eat seasonally. Quran teaches us, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, eat of the fruit, but do not be wasteful. And now the carbon footprint of a lot of our foods and fruits is exponential. So we're living in a very materialistic society which we need to go back to minimalism, which is the Quranic blueprint. And the third thing, you mentioned Khalifatul Ard, stewardship. So we do not own the earth. We are just here for a few short years. We do not own it. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala owns the earth. We are stewards, we are guardians entrusted with looking after the environment. And when it comes to particularly men, I coach men in our community, predominantly Asian men or from backgrounds where waste is, excessive eating, throwing away food, etc., is not seen as a crime. But we should see it as a crime. We should see this as criminal because we're impacting the environment. And I want to end on this last message, inshallah ta'ala. We mentioned leadership as well. Leadership, we just saw a new president be re-elected after 4 years. So leadership, the whole conference is about leadership, Muslim leadership. A Muslim leader, and Dr. Umar mentioned leadership, being strategic and mentoring. So we mentor some of our young, I want to say clients, but they're customers or really kind of coaching clients. These are guys that are young, they're 17, 18, 19. We coach them to think like leaders because one day they will become leaders, inshallah. So we just saw a new president be elected. We've seen evidence of bad leadership. Yes, you can have charisma, you can have confidence, like Donald Trump. He's got lots of charisma, he's got lots of confidence. But is he competent? And is he compassionate? And there's only one leader in history who encompassed all four things: competence, confidence, charisma, and compassion. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us ability to encompass all these four things and be the leaders of tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. Thank you. Misbah, please take on the stage.
I'll try and keep this brief. There's a little bit of assumed knowledge. I'm happy to explain any of this further later on. I cover antimicrobial resistance for the Bureau of Investigative Journalism. Antimicrobial resistance is a very long word and a terrible acronym that doesn't travel very well at all. Drug-resistant bacteria, usually you get an infection, you go to the doctor will give you an antibiotic. We've done that so much over the last century. Now the bacteria basically know ways how to circumvent the effects of an antibiotic. And we are getting more and more infections that are becoming fatal. Recently, just actually last week, I reported in Gaza, if people aren't dying from bombs, they're dying from infections that you can't treat with antibiotics on the ground. So it's a global issue. Now, I've traveled to Pakistan, Ethiopia, Nigeria, a lot of these places, and the United States as well, actually, to see the impact that AMR is having on local populations. 76% of the antibiotic use we have is in the animal industry. So that's our livestock industry. I'm going to narrow down on this. It affects Muslim majority countries in a number of ways, but I'm going to focus on something that's important to most of us in this room, is chicken. 1 to 4 is the ratio to human beings and chicken. That's 26 billion, at the very least, chicken in this world. Now imagine the amount of antibiotics that are being used to sustain this livestock industry. I'm going to steal a quote from another fellow investigative journalist, Nate Havelson. He said, the 20th century had OPEC, in the future we're going to have food PEC. We're already there. 90% of this billions of chicken I'm talking about is in the hands of two companies. One's US, one's German. That's including the chicken you're eating in Pakistan too. I don't know if you've been there. Chicken is probably the size of a balloon. It's basically a balloon covered in white feathers. Why is this an issue? The overuse in that chicken is now leading to drug-resistant infections emerging within the local community over there. How does this link to climate change? Pakistan is also flooded almost every year now. Some floods make it into the world or into the news, some floods don't. The ones this year didn't really make it into the news. You're going to get infections from the chicken farms flooding into the rest of the community and then causing increasing infections that the healthcare system is already not set up to basically, tackle. They predict about 39 million deaths from antimicrobial resistance between 2025 to 2050. I would say that's incredibly underestimated because we don't have the data on the ground. Neither was it in Nigeria, neither was it in Pakistan, neither was it in Ethiopia. But I saw babies. By the time, when I was in Ethiopia, I met 4 mothers. All of them had neonates with drug-resistant infections. By the time I returned to my desk in London, 2 had already died. That's half of them. And that's not a stat that they're not used to. You see these children, babies have to share antibiotics. There's a massive inequality on the antibiotic side of things. But I'm going back to the fact that when I was at the United Nations earlier this year, one of the key topics that they covered on the health front was antimicrobial resistance. There was a whole political declaration that was signed on it. There were 2 commitments in that political declaration that were rolled back on. One of them was food and the other one was environment. Both of those do no longer have quantitative goals for any of the countries to reach to or be held accountable for in terms of reducing their antibiotic use. And if you're going to take a guess to which companies lobbied down the wording in that declaration, imagine it being the US and Germany, where most of your chicken's originating from. A lot of this is clouded through your global value supply chain. So you'll have one company selling to another company and then the local company. And that's what we call in-country capacity building, but it's still reliant on something that's international or something that's not, it's something that's important. There's also WikiLeaks documents from the early 2000s that show chicken companies actually lobbying in a country and basically saying 2 weeks before an election's about to being held, that we're going to pull the chicken and eggs from a market if you're not going to let us fix prices. And again, this is an international chicken company that has a monopoly over the supply chain in Southeast Africa. You have another reason this links to climate change is the fact that you have a concentration of a resource that's becoming more and more scarce due to our climate change, and that is now in the hands, our monopolies, of companies that don't necessarily have public interest at the heart of what they're doing. There's an obvious power dynamic that's not there. Muslim majority countries, when I do speak to ministers from these countries, the ministers themselves are shocked at the fact that their own supply chains aren't in their hands. And then they're, obviously infrastructure, and you get into this whole issue of corruption, where aid fund is going, where everything going. The IMF is actually supporting poultry production in these countries, and one of the criteria for those IMF loans is they have to use broilers that are from one of these 2 companies, because that's where legitimacy is also held. We've heard all of these words into we've heard colonialism. This is gastrocolonialism. It's another thing that's being impacted by climate change. We have wars going on regarding this. Putin's grab for bread baskets. Our monocrop on when it comes to our bread as well, in terms of wheat and what we produce in these countries in terms of our wheat as well. But we're not diversifying these supply chains at all, because the concentration is very far up. Unless we can educate our ministers and also create public change in terms of consumers, I would recommend eating less chicken being one of them. It's a real trend. It's also being sold on the supermarkets. KFC is one of the biggest buyers off of these IMF loans, by the way. DSMOG did an investigation into this too. We're not going to create any sustainable change. Political declarations, I've seen them signed again and again. Nothing really comes about because no one really takes them seriously. But it is killing us already. It's not a future threat. It's already happening. We're facing the brunt of it in LMICs already. Western companies, the EU has just come up with regulation that's good enough in 2022 regarding chicken, and we're nowhere near that. We don't even have the recognition of it in our countries. That was a case study built upon what the esteemed panelists have already said, and I think I'll end on that note, and for the sake of time, I'll pass it along.
Thank you, Ms. Aisha, please start. We want to hear from you again about Muslim leadership and what that can do to the Global Green Agenda.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I'm so glad to be the last person on here because I think everyone here has somehow set the scene for me, really. So my husband and I are driven to change the world. And we want to challenge the new normal of a throwaway culture. And similar to the panel before, where the discussion was on future readiness, our focus is on our society. Whilst being future ready for institutions is often centered around technology, our approach is very much the antithesis of that. So we've become, as a society, really heavily reliant on our click of a button lifestyle, and we forget how dependent we are on a fully functioning infrastructure to support that. So if there were a major world event, things like electricity, telecommunications, the internet, which everybody's on their phones, are likely to be the first few things that will disappear. So we wanted to become more resilient, more independent, and we've often joked about what would we do if there were a zombie apocalypse? And, you know, would we have the right skill sets to survive? And how would we survive? And then COVID happened. And we saw how quickly things can go wrong. And we saw how fragile the global supply chains actually are. So our research has shown that there is a lack of practical life skills taught in schools. There is a generation of parents not being able to pass on sufficient practical skills. And parallel that with a growing dependency on consumerism, we realize that the future of our children and our society at large is somewhat dependent on going back, our ability to go back to basics, basically, such as growing food, being able to build with our own hands, and effectively being able to move forward with a proper set of practical skill sets. Sorry. So this is where we want to move away from relying on constant consumption. We then studied permaculture, and we think it plays a pivotal role. Permaculture is effectively designing systems that mimic the natural environment, but within an ethical structure. And when we studied it, we realized it very closely and deeply resembles a lot of the Islamic ethics that we've been taught and that have already been mentioned by the esteemed panel here. So with no land and no plans and very limited resources, we just decided to go forward and start something. And whilst we've never set out to be preppers, we ended up finding a survival expert in the US, and we ended up spending a few days in the mountains doing some intense survival training, and since that day we've been hooked. So we've rolled up our sleeves, we've been growing our own vegetables, we have been taking care of our own chickens. So based on what Misbah was saying, I can echo very well everything that she has said, and I can highly recommend watching Eating Animals. It's a film that will change your life. So yeah, we've been dispatching our own chickens. So we grow our own chickens, and we have learned to dispatch, and my husband over there has been a vegetarian for 30 plus years, and actually that dispatching of his own chicken was a life-changing event for him, and he will say that he will now only eat animals he knows on a first-name basis. So moving swiftly on, we took a leap, growing slowly towards becoming more independent on the commercial world, growing and selling our own products, exchanging our products for labor, friendly labor, repairing our clothes, so we believe in slow fashion instead of buying new, and above all, teaching our children where their food comes from. This is a hands-on approach that's stuck. It's become our way of life, and we know we want to take it further. Self-sufficiency, however, doesn't really work on the long term. you realize very quickly that you cannot have all the skills, and there is not enough time in the day to do all of those things. So this is where community sufficiency is really a better answer. And Islam places a great emphasis on social solidarity and collective responsibility. We feel that as Muslims, we should be leading the drive towards community sufficiency, preparing people with skills that go beyond the need for surviving life as a corporate slave. And we think permaculture is, or should firmly be on the agenda for that, and Muslim leadership need to facilitate better learning for that. This is just the beginning of a long and somewhat challenging journey. We appreciate that, but we're committed to proving that community sufficiency is not just a possibility, it's a path that can be walked one step at a time.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. Before we get into the next round of questions, can I ask the organizers how much time we have? 15 minutes, okay. So let me sum up. Thank you so much for your contributions. You know, they have all been fruitful in understanding Muslim leadership for the Global Green Agenda. And these are some of the thoughts I myself have and also teach within this university, which is on looking at the terms sustainability, environment, and climate change. We need to be very careful as we use these terms and understand where these words are coming from. We mentioned colonialism a few times. Microbial and toxic are two that are stuck with me, but as well as the larger realms of colonialism, which is conquering other people's lands and taking over. None of the colonial era has stopped. There's a coloniality of knowledge which gets us grounded to thinking that a problem is global. Whereas the problem is not global, the problem is that we have a global words for very localized problems, but the bigger problem is that nobody takes action on the local level because we're taught with this kind of a colonial mentality thinking that everything is a global problem of climate change, right? So there's some kind of a divide over here. Islamically, there are many principles in Islam, as we have just heard from everyone. Islamically, there are many principles which can help us sustain the world. We are custodians, and there is a role that Muslims can play, and not only can play, but within the Islamic theology, there are principles that helps cultivate responsibility for the world. With still having that, and I would still put the impetus on the colonial mentality, on the colonial ideas, which lets us think that we have these principles, but they're underutilized. And that is something that is a case. So with this underutilization of Islamic principles in addressing global orders, I want to know about some of the drawbacks to using them, to scaling some of the Islamic concepts of sustainability that we have already. How can we scale it up so that, as Dr. Asif was talking about, the four compasses of leadership, and so similarly, all of the panelists have shown different ways in which Islamic knowledge can help. But why aren't we using them? What is stopping us from using that? So Nuwad, can we just have a quick minute from you, and then we'll go on with the rest of the panel. Thank you.
I'm not going to go through the PowerPoint again. I felt that it's not the right time to do it, but let me know if we're gonna have time at the end maybe to speak more about the Green Hajj. And I would like to ask you to repeat the question. Sorry for that.
When there are so many Islamic principles of sustainability, what is stopping the scaling up or the proper utilization of these principles into action?
It's not a matter of that I have different, let's say, not a different perspective, but I don't think we have a lot of Islamic principles, and like there is a need to integrate them. We are already implementing them in our lives, but I think the point or where we come is to show that what we are doing usually is linked to environmental preservation and have that link. So, for example, like all of us know that we are the stewards of Earth, but we never thought previously, before having this faith movement and interfaith movement all over the world, we never said that like part of being a steward in this Earth is protecting the environment. So it's just having that link and linking our Islamic values to the environmental science that is needed. And the Islamic principles in Tawheed and all of the other principles, they are there, and they are part of everything that we are mentioning. So, for example, the food problem that the distinguished colleague was speaking about, already in our Islamic values, Prophet Muhammad used to eat once to twice maximum meat per week. So he wasn't a daily meat eater, because he used to say that meats make our hearts tough. So they're not a lot. They are there, and it's the matter of highlighting how to do it by doing education, by having applications and making it more applicable to youth, so we can, and games, so we can gain their interest, and by using the languages that people use. So it's not only using English to go to people, use Urdu, Arabic, whatever language they speak, so it's more near them and it's more part of their daily life. And here I would like to ask mention that we need to go back to indigenous knowledge. Yani, our grandparents, and this is one of the social media outputs that we did, we put a video from Indonesia that people are using a bag that's made of paper and made of plants. And people from Iraq, people from Tunisia, and people from Lebanon mentioned that also their grandparents used to do that. So we need also to go back to this knowledge, either from the Hadith, either from the Quran, or what our ancestors or grandparents were doing, because they have a lot of knowledge before all of this that we are using now. Thank you.
Thank you, Noha. Dr. Shana.
First of all, I think it's really unfair to ask such a complex question and demand an answer within 1 minute, but I will try. So these concepts, just like the concept of climate or nature or environment, they can become philosophical and hermeneutical concepts as well, right? So something like climate, you know what the climate is, you know what weather is, you know when it's raining, you know when it's snowing, you know when it's summer. But it can also become a hermeneutical or philosophical concept to explain why some people deserve to live more than others. Some people deserve to prosper more than others. So when the European colonialists, for example, the British, when they came to my part of the world, the Malay world, their explanation was, these people are extremely lazy and a little bit stupid because their climate is hot and humid. So they have such abundant resources, but they don't know what to do with these resources because the climate makes them irresponsible. We, on the other hand, from wherever we come from, we know better, we are industrious, we are intelligent, we will take their resources, right? We will do all. This is the definition of colonialism. This is the definition of, extractivism and so on. So I think the same process can happen with our religious concepts as well. These are things that don't have the virtue of goodness just because they are part of our religion. We have seen how nation states can manipulate and just empty certain concepts of meaning, right? So yeah, I agree. It's not that there's a lack of concepts and there's a lack of people applying them, but we need to think about what are the sorts of power relations that create certain interpretations and expressions of religion that become legitimate, and how that legitimacy is sometimes built upon extractivism and inequality and so on, and how sometimes you have to challenge that in the name of your own religion as well.
Thank you.
All right, Bismillah. I'm going to come at it from a psychological point of view. The strongest human emotion is shame. It's shame. So we need to shame people, shame families, shame countries even, for not meeting sustainable development goals. We need to shame them. Just like in hospital when I was working, we would shame hospitals for not sticking to the 4-hour wait rule. We would rank hospitals based on how quickly they would see patients. So that competition will inherently breed improvement. And I'm going to end with 3 quotes. One of them is from the Prophet ﷺ. He said, charity begins at home. So charity is not just giving, it's also nurturing, cultivating the environment. Number 2, I think it's from Abraham Lincoln, right? The quote is, do not ask what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. So just change the country to ummah. And a third one, I think it's from Gandhi, so we're going around the block here. I think he said, be the change you want to see in the world. And that's it. You know, have integrity, have high standards, and above all, be accountable. Do not blame. I think he mentioned as well, global order. Yeah, I think we've got a myth of globalization, but it starts at home. Start in your back garden. Are you emptying the trash properly? Are you using recycling? Are you putting the cans and cardboard in a different bin? It's a responsibility, and we should uphold that, and we should shame countries, nations that don't do that.
I think on a nation-state level, decoupling what Islam means from the idea of a nation-state, which echoes what Dr. Saab said earlier, in that sense of I see Muslim-majority countries, and there were some countries that were there to represent Islamic nation-states, and they were taking selfies inside the room, more importantly than engaging actual discussions. There's a seriousness that's just not there. And I don't know what I could put it down to. It's above my pay grade in that sense. And investigations are usually looking at problems, not solutions, unfortunately, either. So I don't really have a solution to how to do that. But I mean, like everybody said, it starts from within. And there's a lot of work that we can do on the educational front too. It's just, I think education is probably the biggest tool, and our education systems and reform need massive reforming on that front. But I'm very cautious of blaming it onto the individuals. It is a systems issue. It's a systems of provision issue. The poorest people will buy the cheapest available protein, which is chicken, right? So it's like, that's a systemic problem that we need to tackle from a systemic way. And, I always come back to as to what's the most efficient way, but there are way smarter people on this panel that can probably answer that question.
So I'm going to come at it left wing. I completely agree with what Misbah's saying, and we have our own chicken, and a lot of we know how long it takes for a chicken to be born and how long it takes for it to get to a reasonable size, and even when they're a good few years old, they're not that big. So the chickens that are often bought, the commodity chickens, have been injected with dwarf genes and obesity genes to make them grow very fast, very quickly to a large size so that they can be very quickly dispatched and on your plate. And you're eating all of that, or we're eating all of that. We know, having reared our chickens, how much it costs and how much hard work it takes to allow them to roam free, have strong muscles. And when we have dispatched our own chicken, it's not, so we dispatch our cockerels because they're the ones that go, and the meat is practically red, and you don't need a lot of it because it's so nutritious, having been fed very well and having lived a very happy life up to that point. And it's dispatched uniquely, so it's very calm, it's very carefully done, and it's bled carefully, and we know how much hard work and painstaking work it took to get there. So when we're eating it, we really appreciate it, and that's connecting with the food. So from my perspective, the global is one element, but we really need to think locally. We really need to know what our food sources are. You really need to know what you're eating and putting in your stomach, because as Misbah was saying, you do not know if it's the chemicals in the water, if it's the chemicals in the animals. You really need to think hard. And we know that when one of our chickens has been ill, we're running around with mustard oil and honey, and our chickens have survived. Our chickens have survived a fox attack by virtue of using turmeric and honey to patch up wounds. We've had a chicken with an entire hole in its head, and that's been patched with turmeric and honey, and she's survived. She's never been the same person, but, she survived. So there are means and ways, but it's hard. It's not easy. And the fact that we're doing it locally means that people around us now know that the eggs that they get are good. And we have a number of people that saying, right, well, we'll have 2 chickens a week. And we're saying, well, we can't give you 2 chickens a week. We're sorry, but our chickens don't grow that quickly. And actually, we like to keep them for the eggs. And commodity animals that you eat, especially chickens, are bred for the table and are bred in a horrific manner. Intensive farming is an absolutely horrific thing. And as I said, watch eating animals because it will give you the secret documentary of what happens in the life. And when they did comparisons between, there was a heritage farmer who had a turkey, heritage turkeys, versus modified turkeys, and the nutritional value of the heritage turkey was 6 times greater than that of the commodity. So you're eating chicken that has no nutritional value at the end of the day because it's been so modified and grown at such a speed, it has 0 value to you. So you're eating it for taste, but the taste isn't there either. So I can go on and on and on, but to me, the problem is also local. You can do it. There are people, and get your own chicken. Start having your own eggs and start learning what that experience is. And I can guarantee you it will change your mindset and help you appreciate what you're actually eating and putting in your mouth.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists.
Sorry, Dr. Qasim, we do have 15 minutes open to any questions from the floor.
Yes, thank you. So 15 minutes we have, but before we open it up to the, before we open up the discussion to the floor, just some closing remarks. You know, these were beautiful points that were made on various aspects of scaling up and some of the drawbacks that we face, right? And I think it's that we can start at home, we can take individual action, and there is so much room for individual action that the onus is almost upon us, and that is also a structural constraint that has been given to us through the colonial order. It's you're responsible. We pollute. We have made these systems, but then the responsibility is onto you. But I don't see that there's a way out of that either, right? But it is unfortunate that we have to take the burden of things that we haven't necessarily done or systems that we are accustomed to. One of the things, Misbah, that you were saying struck the chord particularly to me, which was about the seriousness of the crisis, right? And how unseriously people and governments take it. On that note, can I have your attention, esteemed audience, everybody who's sitting in the audience, have a look around the room. Have a look around the room. What do you see? Empty. How many empty bottles are here? And what is this? This is a conference on Muslim leadership, and you have a thing on global green agenda, but you have plastic bottles everywhere? Oh, they're recycled. Whether they're recycled or not, we're reusing plastic. The concept isn't gone. Yes, of course. Recycling is not an end to climate change or sustainability. We should change the order in which we think what is efficient and what is not.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Recycling
it's a false solution. It's a false solution that allow people to go, sorry to interrupt, it's a false solution that allow people to go through consumerism and to overconsume while saying it's going to be recycled, while in reality the numbers of recycling is not true, and not all of the types of plastic can be recycled. So it's better if you can have your reusable bottle with you. So I'm not doing any advertisement for any company, whatever company is it. So, yeah, and this is on one hand. On another hand, and this is against our values as Muslims, and this was the first comment when I saw the panel. I saw 5-6 bottles, and I said, like, guys, this is against Islamic values and against environmental. So thank you for raising this issue.
I would also add, we tend to focus a lot on the plastic and paper waste. And actually one thing that always gets overlooked is clothes. The number of people that are just forever buying clothes, and the idea is, well, you know, it's not going to go to waste because I'm going to give it to charity and the charity will take it. And But what actually happens is that the majority of your clothes end up in landfill. And the pollution for that is horrific. Not to mention the cost of actually producing those materials in the first place. So it's supply and demand. We demand more clothes, and therefore the supply is there. If we stop, I guarantee you that will make a change. So if my husband will know that whenever he rips his jeans, which is very often, he will not get a new pair. And it gets patched up. And bless him, he will walk around with my terrible stitching, and he'll walk around with that all day, every day, on all his clothes. If I get a hole in my jumper, I will sew it, and I will put a little design. I've learned to do it. I've taught my 5-year-old niece to use a real needle. And this is important, right? Because children need to be part of the solution. If they are all busy on their screens and you're not giving them any practical life skills, we are creating a bigger problem, just not the slow fashion problem. There's a bigger problem than that. So, in fact, during COVID, I gave her an actual needle, an adult needle, a thread. I gave him his jeans with a massive hole in it, and I said, fix this. Showed her how to do it. And she spent the summer stitching his jeans up, and she felt so proud when he walked around with terrible stitching on his jeans. But it gave her, A, a sense of purpose, and secondly, a sense of realization that actually this is not a meaningless task. It has value. I have value, therefore. And I don't need to go to a screen to fulfill my time, because actually I have a more meaningful life if I'm doing something that's productive. And all of that is part of a change that we need to inculcate, not in ourselves, but in our children as well. So.
I want to add as well with regard to the plastic bottle, I mean, something that Misbah said about supply chains. I think all of this is necessary, of course, you know, taking individual responsibility, doing your own audit on your own self, on how, you know, your intentions are congruent with your own actions. And of course, local actions are also very, very necessary. At the same time, I'm reminded of a dua by the Prophet, peace be upon him, which I can't really remember. It goes something like, oh God, let me see things as they really are. So we can do all of this stuff individually with plastic bottles, but if we see things as they really are, we will understand that the only reason why the plastics industry thrives is also because of the fossil fuel industry. It's part of the same petrochemical industry, right? A lot of the resistance to regulating plastics comes from fossil fuel companies as well. So this is the kind of structural thing that, you know, I get what you mean about it being a bit of a bind, like this kind of colonial legacy of, yeah, you know, the climate is hotting up, it's your responsibility, you need to do something about it. But at the same time, it's systems and structures. I get that. But I also believe that there is a way to map through the very important work that you do with the Bureau of Investigative Journalism of how these choices that we make every day in our lives are connected to a larger system. And at some point, we need to find a way to disrupt that relationship as well, right? Otherwise, why talk about social change? Why be here and talk about Muslim leadership? If we're going to talk about being in a bind because colonialism has gifted us this legacy that we cannot escape, why are we here? We are here because we believe we can change it, we can disrupt it as individuals as well.
Can we open up some questions from the audience, please? Anybody have a question in the audience? There's a microphone going around. There's some hands in the back, the very back of the room. Yeah, very back.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Farhana, and first of all, let me thank you all for your wonderful contributions. Just want to pick up on that last question about why is the wealth of our principles, environmentally friendly and ecological principles within our tradition not being implemented. And I agree, we must all do everything on our own individual level that we can do, but not many people can do very much, especially at a time when there's a cost of living crisis and they don't have the luxury of time to actually spend it on becoming green. I would rather really put the corporations and the institutions and the companies that are providing these non-green commodities, I would rather put them in the dock. Just to give one small example, we know that plastic bags clog up the rivers and do a heck of a lot of trouble, you know, a lot of environmental damage on land and in sea. Why have shops and companies and corporations not stopped producing plastic bags? Not only have they not stopped producing plastic bags, but they're charging us for it now. So it's this attitude amongst the wealthy of minimum change for maximum profit, which I think is really, really, really doing a lot of damage. So while we all have to do our own little bit, I think it's very important to challenge the big companies, to make them accountable. Corporate accountability, I think, is a necessary second wing to making these changes, inshallah. Thank you all very much.
Can we have a few more questions and then back to the panelists?
First of all, thank you guys very much. As a young student myself, I think all of the panelists have sort of touched upon the same issue. We're in this bind of colonialism that we can't get out of. And it, just as the honorable lady just mentioned right now, we can't do much as ourselves as individuals, but maybe you should blame it on the corporations. I would say personally, maybe we can take that a step further and say, can we blame it on the system that we're living in general? You know, because I think it might be a much more systemic, larger, overarching issue maybe of modernity and sort of the is-or distinction that came out of modernity, sort of that allows for these ideas to come off. And I'm looking at the gentleman, the second from the left, to answer this question in particular, because maybe you have an idea about this. How do we attack the ideas that allowed for individualism and capitalism, that then allowed for corporations to profit maximize, which allowed for the proliferation of bad goods, which we see is causing the primary cause of sort of climate change? How do we attack these ideas and make it so that it becomes a populist movement that's not only secluded to niche conferences like this? It can become a general idea. How do we do this? Practical steps. Thank you very much.
Jazakallah khair. Very good question. Very, very profound. And for someone who's very young, I think it's very, mashallah, impressive. So, bismillah. This is, like the Honourable Lady mentioned, this is a symptom of hyper-capitalism where profit comes before anything. And as a doctor, I've seen this in the pharmaceutical industry. A patient cured is a customer lost. So continue treating the diabetes, continue treating the cancer, don't cure it. Because when you cure it, you've lost a customer. This is the toxic side of capitalism. And GSK, AstraZeneca, they've been sued for this, by the way. The biggest lawsuit in American history was 2007-8, 15 years ago. It was £6-7 billion because GSK bought mosquito nets in Africa. So the poor villagers couldn't buy mosquito nets. They had to buy Malaron, which is a anti-malarial tablet. And there's been many documentaries done on this, but this is pure greedy capitalism.
Any other questions?
Assalamu alaikum. My name's Khalid. Listening to a lot of the discussion, it feels like a lot of it was almost like in a kind of middle-class echo chamber. We thought about the things that we can do, because I think those of us that are sitting here, you know, when we listen to a lot of the practical things that we can do in our lives, maybe we can afford to make those changes. Like the lady mentioned at the top, the Muslim community is one of the poorest in this country, right? So why do we probably consume probably the most amount of the really bad commodity chicken? And it's because we're the poorest community, right? So you'd buy what's available to us. So do you think maybe the approach that we have to kind of take is amongst the community, right? Even those that are the poorest, maybe it's about, as well as educating, building people up to be able to lobby governments, corporations, bigger organizations. Even when I think about like the Muslim world, some of the biggest Muslim countries, and governments who should be governing by Muslim values, etc. Like, are they taking into account these principles when they're, setting policy, or, some of the poorest people in the world are Muslims, right? And in their countries, people will then just consume what they can afford. So maybe the way we have to look at it, like was mentioned by a few of the other guests here, is it has to be at a higher level for it to have the biggest impact. Because those of us sitting here, us making changes, ultimately, Muslims let's say in the UK, Muslims who are able to make the necessary changes in their lives to be more sustainable are the minority, right, compared to the Muslim community. So if we want to uplift the entire community, we have to find a way to be able to make change at a far greater level, right, at the corporate level, at the government level. And maybe that's where we have to kind of create a generation of people that are lobbying and people that are campaigning against the government, against corporations and large organizations. I don't know if there's a question in there, but it's just a point. So thank you for your time.
Point well taken. I think we would all be in agreement with you.
I would just say, though, so having studied permaculture, it's about earth care, people care, and fair share. And so when you talk about the poorest, it's also about, we're talking about individuals struggling to do something. But as a society, we can actually pull together our talents and our resources. And if it's our mindset that we need to change, then that's what we need to change, because it's actually not that difficult to come together and collaborate and actually build your own food and resources. It's, if you're thinking, what can I get for myself, that's a lot harder, because then you defeat the object. But there are community allotments, and there are people, actually, there's a ground roots movement where people are doing that as a community, as a society, working on allotments, growing their own food and sharing what they're growing. So it is something that can happen in parallel to the lobbying.
There's a little bit of a disagreement there, and that's building on something that Khalid said. It's a very privileged thing to have enough time to even go visit an allotment. I've grown up with parents that don't have that privilege, and so I can understand that. And I've seen these because I've gone to, so there's this thing that happens in Oxford called the Farming Conference, and if you go to it, it's the most middle class and upper class thing you'll ever go to. The Oxford Real Farming Conference is another bunch of middle class people that are on the left side of it, and then then they also say, grow your own stuff, which is great. Like, I understand it, and I would love to eat that as well. I have a mother that's a housewife, and even she doesn't have the time, the capacity, or the health and the well-being, because again, another symptom of all of this is the fact that you don't really have the best health to be able to go and actually rear your own food and grow, or even the space, right? Like, if you're living in an apartment, you don't have much of a balcony to actually get the space to be able to grow something in the middle of it. And those are the people in council flats, people that are, that are nurses that don't have worked a 12, 13, 14-hour shift or overtime, that don't have the capacity or not even the mental space to read a book or a piece of paper on, something that allows you to be able to grow your own food. So it is a very privileged thing to be able to live sustainably. Sustainable clothing is also a very privileged thing to access. Yes, I can understand getting stuff from charity shops, but if you have a son that's gone to school in a primary school who is a mixed cohort, and he's asking for the latest iPad because his friends have it, you're not gonna, it's choices day to day, like the latest iPhones. Consumerism is shoved into our faces on a daily basis. And that's what you're trying to compete against by saying that, individuals need to start recycling more. Because something that's easier and cheaper and more easily available on a time basis is something that I'm gonna reach out for personally, let alone expect somebody else to do it as well when I have, a stressful time at work, let alone anything else. So when it says go to a higher level, and, I think you have very well-intentioned people sometimes in government. And there are some people, and if we believe in democracies, we can elect them in, fine. Again, another privileged concept, but we won't go into that tangent. But in our own countries, I've come across ministers that are incredibly well-meaning, and they need to be educated. I think dialogues like these need to take place more. They need to happen more internationally. They need to happen in the global south, where people are being impacted the most. The people in those rooms need to be taken seriously. The legitimacy needs to be transferred to them as well, because they know what to do best with their lives, and they need to be empowered to do that. We need to get funders that, again, are mostly well-intentioned and are the ones that are making these grants to get into the room and hear these conversations, rather than keeping them out of the conversation or branding. And understandable, there's a colonial mechanism to it, but you can even out that power mechanism, I optimistically choose to believe, because I need to go to wake up for work the next day as well. But it's just, I do think dialogues do create that. And I have been in rooms with people, even getting them to listen for a minute, I think can have a bit of a butterfly effect. That's the only reason I continue to report on these things, even though they end up in, the ether of the internet. But it's just, you are documenting all of these things and creating a database. We are educating these people. I think education is probably the easiest way to get it. But again, we need to change, like Khalid said, the systems from above more than anything else before we hold individuals to account, because they don't have the capacity and it's not their fault.
Yeah. I'm a bit confused about how we separate what is an individual and what is an institution. Because what are institutions made of? They are made of individuals. What is a state made of? It is made of individuals, right? I think what is important is, again, an analysis of power. And maybe if we're talking about decolonizing our minds, like how do we think about what is a majority and what is a minority? So I'm sorry if anything that I have said has made it seem like I'm all for middle-class, individualistic consumerism, environmentalism. That's not what I'm about or my organization is about. What we are informed by is the fact that the people who are calling for justice because of climate and ecological breakdown come from the global majority. It is the vast majority of the world. There is generally this opinion. If you go anywhere, talk to young people from the Caribbean, from the South Pacific, from Latin America, from Africa, from Asia. This is what people want of the world, of their leaders. Somehow, this gets blocked whenever we have international negotiations, such as the climate talks happening now in Baku, Azerbaijan. What I'm trying to say is, these things get blocked for a reason. There are institutional leaders that are very powerful that block this, but they are actually in the global minority. But they are elites, right? Fossil fuel companies, they monopolize resources. Global North countries monopolize resources. This is the kind of inequality that's created by the system, which has historical roots, and it continues to this day, right? Which is why every time fossil fuels get mentioned by the global majority in these international conferences, you see these mentions get watered down. So yes, we need that kind of change to happen from the top, but what is that top is my question. These are people as well. Like in this room today, I don't think everyone is as underprivileged as some of the people that I have had contact with in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia and the Pacific, right? So I think this kind of analysis of what kind of power we hold in different kinds of situations is very, very important. And yes, there is a kind of individualistic consumerist turn to the environmental movement that's very peculiar to the West. But there are other sorts of movements that are happening in the majority world, and that's who we need to learn from. These are people who come together.